Yes. Good. I don't have my camera on.
I am here. I can hear you. Great. Great, thanks.
How you doing? All right, things good with you? No. All right, my friend. How things over there? Things are good by you? Amen. All right. All right, signing off.
inviting all the legislators to the chambers so that we can begin the meetings. I would like to call this session of the Nassau County Legislature to order. Legislator Rosa Walker, would you lead us in the pledge, please? All right. Mike, would you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Roll call. Presiding officer, Howard Copel. Yes. Deputy presiding officer, Howard Copel. Alternate deputy presiding officer, Denise Ford. Legislator, Sela Bino. Legislator, Carrier Solage. Legislator Carrier Solage. Legislator, you're here, Carrier? Thank you. Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
Legislator C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Legislator Ellen Birnbaum.
Here.
Legislator Delia DeRigi Witten. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator John Ferretti.
Here.
Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Josh Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Let me come back to Presiding Officer Denise Ford is not present. And Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to do the legislative calendar first today. So those of you who, from the administration, who are here for the Rules Committee, you know, it's going to be a while. So just to let you know if there's something that you could do in the interim. The first order of business is a point of personal privilege. I'll turn things over to Legislator Walker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It gives me great pleasure today to honor one of our staff members here in the County Exec Building, Maureen Smith. Maureen, if you stand, please. Maureen has worked for us for 40 years. She celebrated her 40th anniversary here in the county. And Maureen started here right after high school. She graduated from Hicksville High School. She's a lifelong resident of Hicksville, just like me, Maureen. and she started here right after high school, and she's worked over these past 40 years with tremendous dedication and caring and kindness, and she actually goes to every one of our offices. Many of the legislators might not get to see her that often, but certainly their aides do. She brings mail, she brings certain important information to us in our offices, and Maureen, we can't thank you enough for that, and for your kindness, and for always having a smile, and for many times just saying the right words to us to make us feel good and have a great day. So we just wanted to commemorate your 40 years by giving you a citation, and it's signed here by every one of the legislators here, and so I get to do this personal privilege because you live in my district, but it's really from all of us. So we just want to say thank you for all your time and dedication to Nassau County and to each and every one of us. So thank you and congratulations. And Maureen, I don't know if you want to say anything, you don't have to, but if you'd like to, you could say something. You could go to the microphone and just press the button.
I just want to say thank you to everyone. This is very special, and I can't thank people enough for doing this for me today. And I've worked with a lot of different bosses, but Britannia is my special boss, and I just want to say thank you very much again.
Okay. All righty, congratulations again. It's well deserved. Okay, now we have the public comment portion of our meeting. I have two slips. If anyone else from the public would like to say anything or make remarks, we have slips that should be filled out at the clerk's table right here. First speaker is Mary Yvonne Perno.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Yvonne Perno, and I'm here today as a resident and also a member of the Board of Directors for the Seasons at Seaford. They're condominiums located in Seaford, New York. I'm sure that by now, mostly all of you know that the Seasons is a senior community. Residents are 62 and over. We're paying our full school taxes while unable to utilize the schools. We all just got recently slammed with a school tax bill that saw an increase of anywhere from $3,000 to over $5,100. It's outrageous. Our community has written numerous letters to many legislators, as well as our state senator, our governor, county executive, the receiver of taxes, the assessment office, and many more. We even actually, I personally emailed Scott Eiler of Newsday, and the only replies we received were from State Senator Brooks, legislator Steve Rhodes, and the receiver of taxes, Janine Driscoll. One member of the community received an email from Mr. Mills. I believe he's the deputy assessor. He said that there was going to be a meeting today and that the Department of Assessment has submitted correction of error petitions to correct errors regarding the condo community. I hope this is true. When I woke up this morning and I saw the spread in Newsday, I was actually shaken to see that Scott Idler, who did not even answer our emails, he reported information that was both slanted and inaccurate. He wrote that people saw increases of up to $2,000. That's totally wrong. The people in our senior citizen development saw increases of up to over $5,100. Something has to be done to fix this. I felt it necessary to come here today to ask, to actually beg you, to please pass a resolution that will correct the taxable value placed on our condominiums, that will alleviate the burden that has been placed on the senior community. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your help in this matter. Our senior residents could certainly use some uplifting news regarding this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is an item on the calendar for correction of errors, and I'm going to have Legislator Steve Rhodes give you more information.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank
First
you.
of all, I want to thank you for coming down, and you and I had the opportunity to speak at tail end of last week regarding today's correction of errors petition. I want to thank actually Receiver of Taxes Janine Driscoll and also all of the residents of the Seasons in Seaford. After attending the press conference, we discovered that the reason that you received the bills that you received was because of yet another error that was made by the Department of Assessment in considering the Seasons at Seaford as new construction as opposed to existing construction. New construction is wound up being taxed at a higher value, at a higher assessed value than you were supposed to, because you were built prior to 2018. So that error was identified and is being corrected today in the correction of errors petition that's before us. So, I want to thank all of the residents of the Seasons for bringing this to our attention, and I want to thank Janine Driscoll as a partner in making sure that that condition was remedied. And quite honestly, this is yet the latest example, and it turns out that there's a second complex up on the North Shore that was actually treated the same way as the Seasons. So we're actually fixing both of those today. But this is another example of, in my opinion, just sloppy work that was done by our Department of Assessment that is having real financial consequences for individual residents. And in this case, while we're able to fix the errors today, the reality is that those bills were due on Thursday.
Yes.
That residents that don't have the money and weren't expecting those huge increases had to pay those increases, and now we're going to have to wait for some accommodation to be made for them to get their money back. So we'll fix the mistake for the second half, but it's unfortunate that that mistake was made in the first place, and had the Department of Assessment simply done a better job and spent 30 seconds to take a look at the property card and see when that was actually constructed, we could have avoided that mistake in the first place, and it's unfortunate. But again, I want to thank you for bringing that to our attention, and it will be addressed today.
And I want to thank you for your support, and Janine. We really, really appreciated it. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I should have mentioned this before, but when speakers come to the microphone, we just ask they have their masks on, because obviously you'll have multiple people coming up and speaking to the mic. Next speaker is John Budnick.
John Joseph Budnick, 122 Von Hunenfeld Street. Send mail to me at P.O. Box 1791 North Massapequa, please. I'm here to talk about several issues. One is about number 6 on the calendar, the public hearing about the age of 65. One might also consider studying, number 1, whether we need a better form of government in this county, perhaps an elected county assessor. I know it failed 4 years ago, but it is still a necessity for the benefit of our taxpayers, particularly seniors and people on fixed income. Another thing I wanted to talk about is about our various courthouses, and particularly we have one that's hopefully going to be finished soon, and there are other ones that might be considered for being named, perhaps after the Galata family that has served Nassau County many times in many different modalities. Also served New York State. I want to bring you holiday greetings from us all of every holiday that exists. I hope that you folks will consider making sure that with regard to the police department's contracts that are coming through, that we don't try to penalize these people for doing their job. They're out there having people trying to roll over them, attack them, assault them. They need our support. Also, I have a quick question for everybody, and that's merely this. Have all of you elected officials complied with the New York State executive law designating 3 alternates to replace you during emergencies? Also, I understand legislator Gaylor's family has been experiencing some difficulties, and I hope we are all praying for some help to he and his family. Also, a large number of months ago, this body passed a demand that criminal justice statistics be provided to this body from the police department, particularly with regard to those released in their own custody and the appearances that they made or didn't make. And I hope that data will be made public for everyone to know about. Thank you very much for your putting up with me for all these many years. God bless you. Let's have a happier and healthier new year. Thank you.
Thank you, John. You too.
God bless you.
Okay. All right. Is there any other public comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and get into the calendar. First item we have is a procedural resolution to establish a calendar for meetings for the legislature of the County of Nassau for the calendar year 2021, pursuant to the county government law of Nassau County, moved by legislator Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion on this calendar item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. What? Legislator Ferretti? Okay. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We have a consent calendar, items that went through committees. It's been agreed by the minority that these items require no further debate or discussion. I'll be calling those in a moment. After that, I'm going to be calling a couple of items out of order. Since Ms. Perno is still here, we're going to call that item next after the consent calendar so that we can have you on your way. All right. This is the consent calendar. Item 18, Ordinance 127. 19, Ordinance 128. 20, Ordinance 129. 21, Ordinance 130. 22, Ordinance 131. 23, Ordinance 132. 24, Ordinance 133. 25, Ordinance 134. 26, Ordinance 135. 27, Ordinance 136. 28, Ordinance 137. 29, Ordinance 138. 30, Ordinance 139. 31, Ordinance 140. 33, Ordinance 142. 36, Resolution 171. 39, Resolution 174. 40, Resolution 175. 41, Resolution 176. 42, Resolution 177. 43, Resolution 178. 44, Resolution 179. 45, Resolution 180. 46, Resolution 181. 47, Resolution 182. 48, Resolution 183. 49, Resolution 184. 50, Resolution 185. 52, Resolution 187. 53, Resolution 188. 54, Resolution 189. 55, Resolution 190. 56, Resolution 191. 57, Resolution 192. 58, Resolution 193. 59, Resolution 194. That's it for the consent calendar. Motion by Legislator Arnie Drucker, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Presiding officer?
I'm sorry.
Presiding officer?
Yes.
Yes, hi.
Yes.
Our council was unaware of the consent calendar. Could we just have a couple of minutes just to make sure all the items are called we actually consent to?
Sure.
Thank you.
I guess we'll leave that.
Just give us 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
Presiding officer?
Yes.
So, Pete needs about 5 minutes to review everything that you had called. Do you want to wait, or do you want to table these items and then we'll pick them back up as soon as he reviews?
We'll table them and bring them back when we're ready.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Motion to table by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Terigi Whitten. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, those items are all tabled.
Thank you.
Sure. Next, we're going to jump to calendar items 60 to 64. That's Resolution 195, Resolution 196, Resolution 197, Resolution 198, Resolution 199. These are all resolutions to authorize the county assessor and or the county treasurer and or the receivers of taxes of the town of Hempstead, North Hempstead, Oyster Bay, to partially exempt certain real properties situated in various school districts, as well as to and that's it, partially exempt real properties situated in various school districts. assessed to designated owners appearing on the assessment rolls for the specified school and/or county years pursuant to this resolution, pursuant to the real property tax law as well as the county government law of Nassau County. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Drucker. These are the corrections that we were just spoke about, relating specifically to a number of developments as well as properties, but including the seasons at Seaford. So, is there any debate or discussion on these items? Legislator Rhodes?
Is anyone here? Is anyone here from the Department of Assessment?
Hello, sorry, some technical issues. Robert Miles, Deputy Assessor.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Miles.
Thank
items
you.
402 and 403 are multi-residential properties, one of which is the Seasons in Seaford. I don't know if you heard Ms. Brino speak during public comment as a resident of the Seasons in Seaford. Can you explain for us how exactly this error happened? My understanding is that they were assessed as new construction. This complex, as well as one other up on the North Shore in Port Washington, was assessed as new construction erroneously?
No, the Seasons had a new construction issue, and that is what we're correcting with that item. The Mill Pond was a lot number issue, changed lot number, and that is being corrected in the other correction of error petition.
With respect to the Seasons in Seaford, and the reason I'm asking this question is because I want to understand how the Department of Assessment actually goes through this process to avoid these errors in the future. It took me about 30 seconds online to see when the Seasons in Seaford was constructed, and it was constructed between 2015 and 2017, which clearly takes it out of that category. Why was the Department of Assessment not able to do the same thing?
I believe the Seasons was done in several phases, and there was just an error, I guess, in the latest phase, and that was corrected. So I can't tell you what happened with the previous phases versus this phase. The Seasons has been the prospectuses have changed several times over the years, so that might have been an issue. But this last phase, it was put on us physical, and then it was corrected. But from my understanding, I don't believe that was the latest phase. There might have been some additional construction towards the end of 17 and 18. So that also is a consideration. But at this point, I can't tell you what the difference was in the analysis of the different phases, but the latest phase caused a technical issue, and it's being corrected on this legislation.
Well, what does the analysis consist of, Mr. Miles?
Can you be more specific as to the question you're asking?
Well, you're saying that there was a mistake in the analysis, but what is the actual analysis by the Department of Assessment? Are we checking property cards, or is this something that's simply done by computer? You know, why isn't someone checking to make sure this is accurate before we start charging people thousands of dollars of tax increases?
And when you do large-scale buildings, you do a combination of reviewing prospectuses and trying to view photos, overhead pictures. So it's not as simple and basic as pulling up property record cards, because the developers tend to adjust their prospectuses several times before the final prospectus is submitted to the Attorney General and then delivered to the Department of Assessment. So there's more complexity to the condominium units than you would have with your run-of-the-mill day-to-day residential home.
But isn't it the case that a property record within the individual township's building department would have a completion date?
I'm sorry, legislator. There's some lack of clarity on the vocals.
Not a problem. The question was, wouldn't the property card within the individual building department in that jurisdiction have a completion date for the construction project? Why can we not look at that?
What the property record card is based on what we develop internally in the system, and based on what our systems show, and based on what the prospectuses are. So for this situation, the prospectuses change so often, and the review of the physical increases and changes in the building caused the issue with the latest phase.
So we don't.
So the property record card is developed internally.
So we don't look at the building department's records from the individual township.
I mean, the department looks at all different types of information. Like I said, the condominium units are significantly more complex due to the apportionment of the single property into several properties, because you cannot bill a single building, so you would separate it out and apportion the property into several parcels, or many severals of parcels, and at the same time you're in the middle of trying to deal with prospectuses that continue to change, and you try to keep up with the physical changes as best as you could with physical inspections and with overhead photos, and that's the difference between trying to place value on a roll for a condominium unit versus a single family home. It's more difficult to track because of the constant changes and adjustments in the tax lots and the adjustments in the physical value of the condominium units.
But you would certainly.
So the latest phase had an issue with it, and that's why we're here to make the adjustments necessary
To correct the error. Right?
It's a correction of error resolution. That's in the title.
And this error, by the way, since these bills have already been paid, presumably by the residents, since the tax deadline was on December 10th, this falls under the county guarantee, does it not?
Yes.
So these residents would only be made whole as a result of Nassau County and Nassau County taxpayers having to pay for this mistake, correct?
The county will be paying for the refund.
Right. So the money that these residents had to overpay is money that ultimately county taxpayers are going to have to foot the bill for.
The method of payment is my job duty is making sure that the treasurer is aware of the resolution and performs the tasks of making a refund.
Well, I mean, you do understand that when there is a refund, that refund has to be paid out of county dollars, correct?
That is the county guarantee.
And our recognition of this error is going to cost county taxpayers between Port Washington and Seaford approximately $2 million.
That the county will be covering the cost of the increase in value and then the implementation of the exemption.
Which is going to cost county taxpayers about $2 million because we couldn't get it right the first time, right?
The number of the refund liability is on the legislation, and I believe it's separated out between the 5 different correction of error resolutions. There is a sum of money that has to be paid, and the Department of Assessment is committed to making sure that the taxpayers get corrected second half bills and the refunds that they deserve.
And how quickly is the Department of Assessment going to issue to the receiver of taxes the information that they can use to produce those corrected bills?
This week.
Okay. And when can our residents expect to get the money back that we've overcharged them?
I'm not sure. It's up to the treasurer's office, but I'm sure the treasurer is also committed to sending out refunds as soon as they can.
Do you know if this is going to be a refund, or are we going to simply reduce the second half bill that's due and owing and play that game?
It's dependent upon the town receiver, but more likely a refund. But it's up to the receiver of taxes. I'm pretty sure it will be a refund liability.
Well, the receiver of taxes doesn't issue the refund, right? The treasurer issues the refund, so it's not a town issue; it's a county issue.
I believe you can. you can create a credit for the second half, but I think I'm not sure if all of the town receivers are able to do that. So more likely than not, it'd be a refund and then corrected second half.
Yeah, I'm sure that residents would prefer to have the money in their pocket rather than wait for a credit on the second half tax bill. So we want to make sure that that can take place. And do you have any idea if in fact it is a refund, when the county anticipates mailing out those refunds?
Like I said, I'm not an employee of the treasurer, but I believe the treasurer is committed to working as quickly as they can to send out these refunds.
And as a result of these mistakes, has there been any review within the Department of Assessment of your procedures and systems to ensure that this doesn't occur again?
We continue to try to work on the condominium units. It's a complex valuation process for many years prior to this administration and prior to the administration before that. It's difficult to try to evaluate parcels when the prospectuses continue to change, but we continue to try to have a good relationship with the developers in the area and try to continue to communicate with them as the phases are completed, as the prospectuses are adjusted, amended, and sent into the Department of Assessment. So I think this is just something that's just a long-term goal for the department, is just to continue to have good relations with our developers and try to make sure that they send us prospectuses in a timely fashion and send us adjustments as soon as they can.
So we're putting the onus on the developers?
No, I'm not putting the onus on anyone. I'm just telling you what the process is, and that's my job here today, is to tell you how the system works.
But I just
and
want
like I said, it's been a problem in previous administrations and administrations before that, and we just want to continue to work on building the department and continue to improve processes that were issues in the past.
I just wanted to know if some review is taking place within the Department of Assessment to try and fix whatever broke down in this particular situation.
Yeah, we're reviewing the condominiums. We have been, and we will continue, and we try to hone in on that process.
And do we know whether these 5 correction of errors petitions are going to be the last mistakes that we have to fix, or do we know that there are more coming down the pike?
These are the corrections we have right now. I don't foresee more, although there's always the one-off corrections, a fire-damaged parcel, a change in a lot. There's always these one-off petitions. We did that for the 1920 roll. There's a record of that, and there's these one-offs, especially fire damage. We want to make sure that the individual, although we don't get evidence of fire-damaged parcels or their permits prior to the tax status date, when they give us that information, we try to correct them and try to make sure they get the values that they deserve before the tax bills goes out. So this is just a normal process, corrections of errors. I don't see a large number of petitions like you see in front of you today, but there's always one-offs just due to information coming in real time.
I just wanted to make sure that the Department of Assessment understands that the errors that are being corrected today have affected hundreds of families who are being charged real dollars, more than what they owe, and more than they deserve to pay, and that the errors the Department of Assessment makes costs real people money, time, and aggravation, and that everything needs to be put into fixing the process so that it works better. You would agree with that, right, Mr. Miles?
We have been committed to improving the Department of Assessment since the new administration came in. You guys heard me before and testified in the past how it was a department that had a frozen roll and
Miles, I don't want to get into a debate.
Smaller staff.
All I want to know is that there's a recognition. Mr. Miles, all I want to know is that there's a recognition on behalf of the Department of Assessment that we need to do better. You would agree with that,
We
right?
are. I'm here to tell you what the process is on the correction of error resolutions, and that is what I've given you today.
Thanks, Mr. Miles.
Thank you.
No, for the record, that Legislator Ford has joined us remotely and is participating in this meeting. And I have Legislator Walker and then Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mr. Miles, I know this is addressing these two condo units, one up in Glen Cove and one here in Seaford. This does not address a residential street that half of the street had major problems with that you are well aware of. And
Carnation Drive is part of one of the 5 resolutions.
Carnation is on here?
Yes.
Okay, and that will be, and then the same goes for them. They obviously had to pay the money outright, and somehow they will be reimbursed for that, and it will be corrected by the next time the taxes are due.
Yes, correct, Legislator.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is an outrageous scenario that we're dealing with here. You know, the failed reassessment is failed on multiple levels. If you read Newsday today, you've seen one level. But just the nonchalant attitude, Mr. Miles, that you seem to have about an issue like this, it's really, really concerning to me. You know, I spoke to Ms. Parsons just a few minutes ago. She has dozens of outstanding phone calls to the Department of Assessment. Dozens of outstanding phone calls to the County Executive's Office, all unanswered. Every single one of them. And for a community of seniors to have to go to elected lawmakers to resolve this problem, not the Department of Assessment, who didn't bother to return their phone call. It's just an extrapolation of the attitude you're showing today, which is a lack of caring of the pain that these residents are going through. This is the holiday season. These are seniors who over the course of their lives have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars towards the Nassau County property taxes. And this is the way that they're being treated? This is outrageous. You should, you know, Mr. Moog's not here, I understand that. But he should be calling these people back, each one of them, and apologizing for this disaster. These people have to lay out all this money during the holiday season, most likely have to sacrifice, you know, spending during the holidays as a result of that on their families. And nobody even had the respect enough to call them back and explain to them what's going on. They needed to go to elected lawmakers to resolve this. That's a disgrace. You know, if there was ever an example of why we need an elected assessor, this is it. Because no elected official would treat their constituents like this. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else want to be heard on this? Not? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Now we're going to untable all of the items that are on the consent calendar. Those are calendar numbers 18 through 33, 36, 39 through 50, 50 to 59. Motion to untable by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of untabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Matters are untabled. Again, any debate or discussion among the legislators? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We're going to jump to calendar item number 38, which involves the MOU with between the college and the Federation of Teachers. Let me find that and I'll call it. 38, Resolution 173 is a resolution ratifying a memorandum of agreement between making certain amendments to the collective bargaining agreement between the County of Nassau and Nassau Community College as joint employers and the Nassau Community College Federation of Teachers, moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. So that is before us, and we have somebody from the college to present. I believe we do.
Yes, sir. This is John Gross. I'm outside counsel to the Nassau Community College, and I'll be addressing the proposed settlement that's before you. I believe also here is the president of the NCCFT, Donna Hope, and our vice president for finance, Julio Prizzi. The negotiations began some time ago. And unfortunately, during the course of the negotiations, it became quite apparent to the college that anticipated tuition revenue was not going to meet what had been anticipated. I'm sure, as the legislature knows, there are three revenue streams. There's county contribution, the state contribution, and a third, of course, is tuition. Because of the COVID crisis and also some history of a decline in enrollment, it became quite apparent during negotiations that a typical increase, which has been running in certainly in educational institutions circles of 2% plus increment in that neighborhood, and increment in this instance costs 2%. I'll explain that in a moment. Could not be reached by the college because of this diminution in tuition revenue. At the same time, while not a causation of this more circumscript position, financially circumscript position, we also have, of course, the threat of further state aid reductions, although that has not quite yet occurred, pending what happens in Washington with aid to the states. The primary cause of a change in our position at the bargaining table was the recognition of this reduction in student enrollment and tuition. As a result, we had extensive discussions with the leadership of the NCCFT, who were bargaining with us, and we focused on a different financial approach. I mentioned before increment. In just about every community college in the state of New York, and which mimics a bit of what occurs in K-12 school districts, compensation systems, there is an incremental structure where professors, and in the case of Nassau Community College, everybody is hired at an instructor rate before they move into the professorial ranks. They're hired at what might be considered somewhat depressed salaries for someone with a master's degree and or a PhD, somewhere in the 70s or 80,000s of dollars. It takes 20 years for them to reach a maximum step. When step is granted at Nassau Community College, it essentially equates to approximately 2% of base payroll. While the Nassau Community College Federation of Teacher contract does not require automatic payment, that it's a provision in the contract that is always a very critical item of negotiations, and the college has always been able to negotiate somewhat limited across the board increases by reference to that high cost of 2%. In this instance, we discussed with the association first the notion that we'd only grant increment. That was not acceptable because that would leave many of the senior professors without even a modest increase. So the agreement we struck to keep, and frankly to reduce by half what could have been anticipated to be the settlement, what we did was we negotiated an increase of only 1% for each of 2 years, but increment, only 1/2 of the increment would be granted. So in essence, someone who's in the incremental structure takes 2 years to move one step as opposed to 1 year. That costs us only 1% per annum. The net result is 2% for each of 2 years of the 2-year contract. That, in essence, if one assumes And in just about every year, and I've represented the college for quite some time, every year increment ultimately is negotiated as part of the package with, and across the board, a COLA increase. So in this, by approaching it with only one half the step, the cost was essentially the same as merely granting increment with no COLA. In essence, the persons within the incremental structure, they're getting only one half of the step, keeping up the same step for 2 years gives us some flexibility then to give the more senior professors who are on top step a 1% increase. We were very pleased with the cooperation of the association. They fully recognize the financial extremis, which continues. We're still now negotiating other issues regarding potential layoffs and alternatives to layoff. But we were very pleased to achieve this. At the same time, there are several items that we did obtain by way of what one might characterize as traditional employer concessions to the employer. One is the Taylor law requires that any change in attendance reporting is a fully negotiable item. The county has switched to a different recordation system, which may not sound to be very important, but it is. And the association has agreed to shift to that new one. Secondly, with the advent of COVID and various health-related issues that are prevalent every day now at the college, the current contract only permits the college to require a sick note after 20 consecutive days of illness. That has now been reduced to 5. Very important, because we have moved now to remote instruction. There's an obligation of any employer to make certain that the quality of instruction offered by the faculty is up to par. Also, is an obligation of the employer in terms of promotional situations to make sure that accurate evaluations occur of the staff. And you can understand that moving to a remote setting presents enormous difficulties, as opposed to a department chairperson opening a door and walking in and observing a class. We've worked out a procedure that will permit utilization of observation based on remote attendance. There's a process that we've worked out. Advance notice. If there's a deficiency in the actual remote observation, then we're permitted even to do drop observations remote. So that was a concession. Next item, there are two cohorts within the faculty union. One is the classroom faculty. We're all familiar with, having those of us who have had the privilege of attending college and being taught by professors. But we also have a very large cohort of non-classroom faculty who, for example, counseling faculty for students. And then there are other groups within that classification. With some of them, the college sought to establish criteria for promotions as opposed to them being automatic, which they currently are. And the association has agreed to the establishment of a committee to come up with that appropriate criteria for those promotions. So it's done on a much more subjective, albeit formed basis of relative to performance as opposed to mere service. We have another program called the LINK program, which is a second language intensive program. With the advent of COVID and the lack of travel and attendance by many of the instructors who are in that special program, both sides have agreed to form a committee to review the viability of the program. And finally, every year we have to establish a certain number of temporary, what are called temporary lines, which back up absences by long-term absences or other needs of the college. Right now, when somebody gets appointed to a temporary line, and it's a 7-year period roughly till you get to professorship, so to speak. Right now, service in a temporary line counts towards the acquisition of service credit towards tenure because of the uncertain nature of funding. Forgive me for characterizing as funny. Due to the difficulties we're anticipating relative to revenue stream from students, tuition, the union has agreed that any of the temporary lines that we do this year, which are approximately 15 and are needed, will only be a 1-year appointment, and will not have that additional problematic obligation of having that count towards the acquisition of permanent status.
John, I think
so that is.
You've given a lot of information to the legislators. I think maybe that. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Maybe we'll just now turn it over to the legislators to ask any questions that they may have. Is that okay? Yep. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Gross? No, I think you covered everything. I don't know if anyone else from the administration wants. I don't know if anyone else from the college would want to add anything, or I think the legislators have as much information as we need. This does appear to be an excellent contract for the college. I mean, the numbers are very, very impressive in terms of the wage increases and the step increases. So it's, I think those are obviously the two major things that we look at. But I don't know, Legislator Drucker, did you want to add anything? I know that you served on the board at one time.
No, I wholeheartedly echo what your statements, Presiding Officer.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Any other debate or discussion among the legislators? Mr. Budnick, there's no public comment on items. So, I mean, if you could save your comments until after the meeting, we will invite you back up. Thank you. No, I mean, basically, no. It's the Okay, thank you. Anyway, any further debate or discussion? All in favor of the item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Next item we're going to call is calendar number 65. Sorry for jumping around. We'll get back to the beginning of the calendar in a moment. 65 is Resolution 200. It's a resolution directing the Nassau County Department of Health to comply with the New York State Department of Health interim guidance on mandatory COVID-19 testing in public and non-public schools located in areas designated as yellow zones under the New York State Cluster Action Initiative as issued on October 9th, 2020 and updated November 12th, 2020. That is moved by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. I know that our Commissioner, Dr. Eisenstein, is here. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words about this. We had an extensive briefing from Dr. Eisenstein in our caucus with respect to this initiative and certain issues that there are with respect to it.
Yes, good afternoon, legislators. It's nice to see you all. Jerry Giuliano, Nassau County Public Health Attorney with me. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you earlier. I want to say that we're very proud of the work that we've done at the health department with our school districts. We've had so many superintendent calls, principal calls. We've been able to keep our schools mostly open since the start of the school year. If a school zone were to become yellow, they do have a requirement to test 20% of their students within 2 weeks. We've discussed this situation with many of our superintendents. There are numerous different ways that they can go about achieving the testing, and we've helped them go through the options. We don't know how many school districts may become yellow at any time. I'm happy to say that during this proceeding, Governor Cuomo came out with new zones, and there were none in Nassau County. So for this week, it doesn't look like there's any new yellow zones, and that was as of about 10 minutes ago. So if it changes, it could. But that's good news for us. We are concerned, and I want to share the concerns. We are the only non-Article 28 health department in New York State. We are a clinical health department because in 1998, our clinics were contracted to then Nassau County Medical Center. And as such, we are not allowed to do diagnostic or treatment, which leaves us in the situation where I am the only full-time physician at the health department. We have nurses who do communicable disease and a few nurses doing other disease control things such as lead prevention. But we are not equipped to take on clinical oversight in any kind of large scale whatsoever. We feel that we've communicated with our school districts. Anytime they've reached out to us, I myself have spoken with many superintendents. I have a team led by Dr. Tavora Buckman who have worked 7 days a week. She and I very often are on the phone 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, or even on a weekend, trying to help schools make a smart decision and protect the students and the faculty. The situation is that schools have the option of applying for and acquiring their own limited services laboratory, LSL as it's written, permit. And so let me be clear, because the naming is a little confusing. Being an LSL, limited service laboratory, does not mean you are a lab. In fact, what this is a permission. It is a permit to do testing without a lab. And there's only certain tests that are allowed. Those are the tests that can happen outside of a lab, where it's just a swab or another thing, and maybe there's one stripe for yes, positive, one or two for negative, or something like that. We do have a limited services laboratory. We use it for two tests. One is for HIV swabs if people were to come to our office, although most people go to the STD clinics that are contracted to NUMIC. And in order to, as you know, we have WIC centers. In order for a woman to be enrolled as a WIC member, we have to follow their serum iron levels. So we do finger stick just in the little kit. So you don't need a laboratory for that. Every school district is required to have a medical director. Every medical director can apply for their own permit to do this testing in their schools. The permit process is not complicated, and it does require a $200 check. I could tell you we worked with a few of our school districts, including Wantagh and Island Trees, who have secured their own to do the testing on their own. They will have oversight of it. They have relationships with their parents. Any school district can do this, and in helping our school districts, which is what the main purpose of the executive order was for local health departments to help school districts, I called the New York State Department of Health, explained the situation. There's about a 2-week turnaround time to get these limited service laboratory permits done, but they assured me that if a school district were to turn yellow, they would put them at the front of the line and get it done within a day, which would still leave 13 days for them to do testing. We are able to provide kits free of charge, the testing supplies free of charge to any school that asks. We have stood up numerous testing sites all around the county, including the one that's on Community Drive, including the one in the 5 towns, which is relocated for the winter because of weather concerns with the equipment, to a heated tent on the grounds of South Nassau Hospital. I'm happy to say that we're hopefully going to be announcing many more sites in the next few days. I'm just waiting for the final contractual pieces so that there'll be geographic locations for people to get to free testing basically across the county. And we've asked our hospitals to expand what they're doing with that, and many of our hospitals have agreed, and we're in the process of expanding sites. So we feel in the spirit of this, we've done everything we can to help the schools get through this. We've coached them on how to get their own testing ability. We've stood up testing sites. On Friday, 19,000 test results were reported in one day in Nassau County residents. That's about 1.5% of the entire county in one day. So we feel that there's adequate testing available. There's very few places in the world that have that kind of rate of testing available. And most importantly, as a non-clinical health department, we couldn't go into a school and take over the process. The owner of the LSL is responsible. The responsibility is not just to have that permit and say to whatever entity it is, a school or any other place, okay, you can use our LSL, go. There is a responsibility when you are the owner, and in this case it's under my own personal medical license, There is a responsibility, and the county, of course, as your health commissioner, there is a responsibility for the schools, for whoever owns the LSL, from start to finish on the process. That includes obtaining informed consent. That includes making sure that training is adequate, making sure that the testing is being done in a quality manner, making sure that all the test results are submitted into the state system, which is a large clerical amount of work in a reasonable amount of time. And if we even had 2 or 3 school districts go yellow, which could be 6, 8, 10 schools in each, that responsibility of overseeing that testing, if this resolution passes, would be fully on the Department of Health. We don't have the resources to do that. I'm the only doctor. There's no way I could oversee this in 8, 10, 12, 14 different schools. And we've worked very hard to help with alternatives. We don't feel that we've hung any of our school districts out. A few superintendents who've reached out to me, I've worked with them. We've come up with solutions. And I'm willing to do that with any school district. We've asked, in some cases, hospital partners to help. They've been willing. We've helped people get, and school districts have come up with other solutions. In some school districts, they've said, we're going to tell the parents it's on them, because many parents, not all of them, many parents indicated they would be more comfortable with their own pediatrician if they have doing it. So that's what some school districts are doing, saying to parents, you have to get your kids tested and bring us the results. There's so many different ways this can be done, and we just want, we want you to know that we have worked around the clock to help our schools. We've been incredibly supportive of our schools. We have a great relationship with our schools. So many of us, of our superintendents and our staff, I have 8 people working as school liaisons every day, led by Dr. Buckman. And the feedback I'm getting from schools is incredible, and we just don't want to be in a position where we can't meet what you're asking us to do. So that's our feeling on this. I know there was a rumor that I've heard a couple of superintendents brought up that I want to address, that we're the only county not doing this. This is absolutely not true. There are many other counties in the state that have mandated other ways of doing it or have chosen not to do it. What is true is that we're the only non-clinical one. So there isn't even a staff I could pull from a clinic to send them to a school. That doesn't exist. I'm the only doctor. Lastly, as you know, vaccination hopefully will be starting in the very near future for beyond hospitals, which started today, thankfully. Between testing and focusing on making sure we can get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible, that's really where our focus is, and so we are concerned. Anytime you've given us an ask or a regulation, we've done everything we can to comply, and we've always done it well, and this is just one that we just don't want to be in a position that we couldn't succeed. So that's my concern.
Okay. Let me just say that in response, the requirements with respect to the LSL and the school districts came in guidance from the state. And as with much of the guidance that we've been getting from the governor's office, they're not crystal clear. Let's
yes.
Put it that way. There's some vagaries, there's some gray areas. So sometimes it's difficult to operate with that. You're trying to do what's required and what's allowed, but there are questions that are asked. Now, your comment that there are now no yellow zones in Nassau County as of this week, combined with the fact that the schools are breaking early next week, means that this is really not an issue that has to be addressed at this point. I think what we're going to seek from the state is some clarification on this issue. And of course, all of your concerns with respect to being a medical doctor, holding the LSL, and the county not being a clinical, having a clinical practice, we understand. So we're going to try to work this out. Anyone, Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Rich. Dr. Eisenstein, I see Jerry back there too. I want to just thank you for all of your hard work throughout this pandemic. You and your staff, Dr. Eisenstein, have been exemplary. You've been there for us. We call you, 24 hours a day, and I know you're working 24 hours a day and doing a great job. So thank you both. Now, with this issue in particular, now you indicated you're the only doctor in the county, but we do have NUMC as well, correct? So, I mean, there are doctors there. They could be contracted with in order to fulfill this requirement, right?
Absolutely, and some school districts have contracted with other hospitals in order to fulfill this, so yes.
But in terms of the LSL license, could we use NUMC doctors to if we were to give the LSL license, could we use the NUMC doctors to expand the amount of doctors that we have in the county overseeing the testing?
You want to address it? I'll ask the lawyer. I don't know the answer.
Gerard Giuliano, attorney, Nassau County Department of Health, and I think the answer to that is, since they already have a lab license, any work that they do from the hospital would happen under their lab license.
That was a good, is that a yes or a no?
No, I believe they would have to use their lab license. I do not believe they could use our lab license. They
Okay.
would have to use their own.
So,
But they could do that. They could use their own if a school district were to set that arrangement up. As
Okay.
Some have, yeah.
okay. So, now I know, Dr. Eisenstein, I believe you had asked for an opinion on this from the county attorney. Have we gotten any opinion in terms of?
So, and of course, I would always defer any legal opinion of the of this county to the county attorney.
Sure.
We don't have a specific legal opinion that's been issued on this. However, it's been discussed amongst many county attorneys from the point of view that this information came down in guidance, a guidance document. It didn't come down in state law. It didn't come down in a state executive order. It came down as general guidance. It came as a great surprise. And within 2 days after it came down, an additional addendum came down from the state on the same issue, where it seemed to walk that language back, spoke about what local health departments could do to assist. It gave a website at the state for schools to go to if they needed to find a partner, but it took out that language which had appeared earlier in guidance. It is also my opinion, my legal opinion, that any requirement as such as a mandate in a piece of guidance is not holding and is not a mandate upon a local health department. But that guidance looks like it's been walked back by the state already in subsequent guidance that's come down.
Okay. Now, I know, Dr. Eisenstein, you spoke about some of the other options that schools have, such as sending the parents to have their kids tested or get their own LSL license. And I think that that's part of the concern that I have, is that, you know, those other options, although they are there in the guidance, I read the guidance, I saw that those were other options. I don't think that they're always practical. I mean, you know, for example, I have a 3-year-old and an 8-year-old. And my understanding is if I was told to go get them tested, it would be very difficult for me to keep them in line at City MD for 3.5 hours in the rain, and all with the happy ending of getting a Q-tip up their nose. You know, I don't know that that's a practical option, and I know that with the superintendents that I spoke to, that option wasn't really one that most of them were considering. And just to be clear, and I know I respect your opinion, Mr. Giuliano, that guidance is guidance, it's not an executive order, but just going to what something the presiding officer said, and that it's not always crystal clear, this guidance coming down from the governor. This did seem to be pretty clear. I mean, it explicitly said, it didn't give any latitude. The county was required to give the ability to the schools to use the LSL unless, quote, unable to do so. So that doesn't seem fuzzy to me. It seems pretty clear.
But the next sentence also said, unless unable to do so, and then there was a comment that followed up, I don't have it in front of me, about assisting them with community partners. And that's what we've done by standing up so many different sites. And I do think that we are unable to do so because to allow them to have it would put the burden of making sure that it's being done safely and appropriately on us. And we don't have the staff for that capacity.
The problem, Dr. Eisenstein, from my perspective, the guidance contemplates that option within the guidance. So if you take that option away, the question is then, well, would you then change the guidance elsewhere because that option no longer exists? And, you know, obviously our chief concern here, all of us, is to keep people safe.
Yeah.
But one of my top concerns, and I'm sure I share the same thing with a lot of the legislators up here, is to keep in-school and in-education options open. Yeah. We need to do that.
And I fully agree, and my staff has worked around the clock toward that end. So we're in agreement, absolutely. And look, certainly other counties have handled it very differently. And school districts have all felt very differently about it. As I've spoken to superintendents, each of them has a school board with different view on it and different ways of handling it. There are, so I've heard so many differing opinions on it, and my concern simply is I just want the opportunity to be successful with whatever we're given, and I'm concerned about it in this case.
Okay. Thank you again, both of you, for all the work you've put into
And thank you for the consideration and the time to discuss this.
Legislator DeRiggi Whitten.
Dr. Eisenstein, just a quick question. I know you said we have plenty of kits. So if a school district gets a kit and then they send it to get the results, is there a cost involved at that point for the
So
school
the
district?
kits that we have give you an answer on the spot in a few minutes. So if a school district had their own LSL under their medical director, then the school nurse or whoever in the building was trained to do the testing would do it. The results would be done in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on them. And it's right there, and it's a swab. So there's no laboratory involvement. And the test kits themselves, there's the state from the state I can give to whatever school would request it, as we have to some of our stand-up testing sites to help control the costs of testing. So like as we're working on a new contract with our FQHC, we're going to be providing tests for free so that we don't have to pay for that because we have them.
Oh, that's terrific. So in other words, other than applying for the special permit and the fee, I forget what it is, what, $200?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any other cost to the school district, is
Just,
that correct?
just the cost of doing the work, the time to upload the data, the time to do the swabs. And then they do have to send, so they just have to put the percentage of results into the state dashboard so that the state knows the result. And if they're under 20%, if a school district turns yellow and they do testing, and they're under the percentage of the community at large, it's a one-time deal. And so far, I think, as of last week, every single school district in the state, the school testing had been under the community at large. So hopefully it would be, whatever method they choose, it would be a one-time deal.
Thank you.
Any other legislators? Legislator Rhodes.
Dr. Eisenstein, again, I want to echo Legislator Ferretti's comments, and what a wonderful job
Thank
the Health
you. I
Department
appreciate
has done.
it.
It's been outstanding. The information that we've received has been timely, accurate, and has been refreshing from some of the information that we hear in media outlets and sometimes from other elected officials at other levels of government. I just want to be sure that I understand what the issues are, though, with respect to this particular piece of legislation. It seems as though obviously one of the concerns is individual liability, correct?
That's one of the concerns, yes.
The other concern is logistics, but it seems as though under logistics, if we did have a contract with an outside vendor, that would take care of the logistics part of it, though, correct?
If the outside vendor was able to appropriately oversee the process, yes.
So in terms of, you had indicated that I believe you have conversations with about 50 of the 56 school districts?
Well, I don't myself, but my staff has spoken to most of them.
Is it possible to compile for us can we identify the districts with which we don't have a plan?
So each school is doing it on their own. When we say we speak to them, some of them just consult with us and come up with their own plan. I don't know what each of them is doing, but we certainly can ask through BOCES, are there any that don't have a plan, and I can compile that. I know when this issue was brought to you, I don't know up front who the specific school districts are, so I could ask around, sure, absolutely.
Because the one concern, as Legislator Ferretti mentioned, is that we want to make sure that, one, kids are safe, but two, kids continue to learn in school.
And I fully support that 100%.
Which I know that you do.
Yep.
But I would, and the purpose for this legislation is to make it easier for school districts to have available to them, as the guidance suggested, the option of the county's LDL in order for them to be able to accomplish the testing requirements that the governor has established, right? That's guidance. The guidance is the LDL. One thing that isn't guidance and actually is part of the executive order is the fact that they have to test if they're in a yellow zone, right? So we know that there's an identifiable problem. There's an absolute requirement that they have to do the testing, and then guidance on what the best way to do that might be. We just want to make sure that we're part of the solution, which I know you want to be part of the solution as well, right?
Absolutely.
So, perhaps what we can do isn't necessarily scuttling this legislation or even major revisions to the legislation, I think there's a benefit to it as an option for school districts to use in a last resort. And you seem to be confident that if you were able to identify the remaining districts that don't already have a plan, then we can work on a plan with them so that this might almost be academic and would be that last resort.
Yes, and we've tried to do that. And for example, I don't know why a school district, and I haven't spoken to each of them, so they may have a reason that I don't know, but I don't know why a school district wouldn't just apply for their own and oversee their own LSL and oversee their own process. So, but by all means, I'm open and amenable to anything that helps them stay open. So,
but you would, I mean, if there were a scenario where a school district had no other option, and I can't conceive of one, and it sounds as though at this point you can't conceive of one either, but if it was possible that a district had no other option, the county's LDL could be a fail-safe for that, right?
it could, and of course we want to make sure that the proper protective measures would be in place before we would allow that. But could it? Sure.
And there are ways that we can work around some of the other issues that you've identified with respect to staffing and even with respect to potential liability, right?
The liability piece I would leave up to Jerry and the county attorney. As far as staffing, if you're referring to, say, in contracting somebody, right, then by all means, sure.
And by the way, to your knowledge, has anybody from the administration reached out to the governor's office? Because the governor, obviously, through his executive orders, has exempted hospitals, has exempted nursing homes with respect to liability as it pertains to COVID. Has anyone from the administration reached out to the governor's office specifically with respect to this issue, and whether you can be insulated as the holder of that license?
So
whether you could be insulated from potential liability as well.
Right. So I don't know about anybody from the administration speaking to the governor's office, but I will tell you, many health commissioners and directors through the state have discussed this with the state health department, which is my chain up the line, and many county health departments feel in a similar position. But to answer your question, I don't know the answer to your specific question.
Maybe, and really I'm asking the question, as a suggestion perhaps that the county executive and the executive's office perhaps reach up to Albany and speak to the governor's people and see if that's something that can be done, because I don't want that to be what's standing in the way between people being able to send their kids to school where we know students learn best.
And I do want to just clarify and correct one thing. There is the governor's regional control calls have raised the issue on it, so hopefully that's not, I don't know if that matches what you're saying, but our concern as a health department, we're not the only one. Most health departments feel the same way, and we have certainly expressed this through various channels.
We just want to see if we can get to the top of the food chain on it and get a decision sooner rather than later.
Okay.
And that might require a phone call,
okay,
from the county executive or somebody on the county executive staff up to somebody in the governor's office to get them that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Bynoe.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon,
Good
Commissioner. I'd first like to echo the sentiments of Legislator Ferretti and Rhodes in thanking you for all that you've been doing throughout the pandemic. I know personally myself, I've reached out to you on weekends, and we've been on the phone as late as like almost 10 o'clock on a Sunday night. So yeah, I really appreciate that. And it was centered around questions for the school district.
Right.
And so I just have a couple of questions because we have talked about this extensively. So isn't there, the county has created some kind of relationships between other entities to supplement whatever the school would have in place. Am I correct? Like by way of the Catholic health centers? And
yes. So
could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So we've stood up numerous sites. Northwell's a partner. They have a test site on Community Drive that originally started a little bit further north in Great Neck on the school grounds, but because of traffic and other concerns, it moved a little bit down. South Nassau has been a contracted partner from the 5 towns way back when they were the only color zone that we had. It was orange and yellow at the time. That has relocated and continued through terms of change and pieces of change, but they still are up and running the site. We send them test kits. That is in a heated tent so that technology can stay useful. on the drive-through. It's fascinating, on the grounds of South Nassau. If you remember when we were in the peak, we started testing sites in the FQHCs, and I'm happy to say we're working on extending that and expanding it so that schools in the areas would have access to free testing. And we're working even on, we're not ready to reveal all the details, but like things like making sure it's open in evening when parents can take kids is an important piece. We're continuing that, and on weekends as well. County Executive Curran hosted a call with hospital CEOs asking for an increased presence and help, and we certainly have more that we'll be announcing soon. They've been very responsive. Our hospitals have been great partners. They understand the position we're in, and so I just don't want to say anything while we're still negotiating before it comes out. But you'll be hearing of more sites that the county is partnering with. We have got great response so far with our partners and being willing to do this. And this is work, and it requires people, and I'm very grateful that they've all been able to participate.
Thank you. And so the FQHCs, we already know that if you go there, they don't ask you about insurance. If you have it, you present it, they can charge it. But if you don't, then it's no problem. They don't ask you about immigration status and the like. What about when you go to one of the Catholic hospital centers in terms of insurance?
So anything that we're partnering in, that we have a piece of providing test kits or paying for it all, part of the deal is there's no charge.
None whatsoever? None
whatsoever. Okay. Now, there may be partners who we just say there's a site that's open, they'll take insurance if you have it, but we're not going to be involved in anything that people are going to have to be charged in order to participate. So we feel strongly about that, and there is no charge at any of the sites that we're contractually partnering with at all.
And so like a school district that has, to test upwards of 1,200 kids, they could potentially do some of the testing in the school. It could be a hybrid approach where they do some of the testing in the school, and then some might go to their own pediatricians or the like, and then some might take advantage of some of the sites that we will make them aware of, correct?
Correct. And the 20% is not only students. It includes the faculty and all other employees. So it's 20% of people, and however they get the testing done, as long as the school district meets that 20% of the population, it satisfies the requirement.
Okay. And in terms of, malpractice insurance, can the county get you additional? Because I know we're still going to offer this, right? We're still from what I understood, we'd still be offering this with some provision that that the school district would do an indemnification, I guess, to protect the county and to protect your license, right?
Yes, and certainly when I came to the county from clinical practice, and we're a non-clinical health department, there was no reason for me to maintain my outside clinical malpractice insurance. This is personal, I don't want to take too much time up on it. Certainly we would probably need to do that and could, but my concern is even if there's a settlement and I'm financially secured, I'm still going to be the doctor named on anything that's called, and even if there's a settlement, that's going to be on my license, even if I didn't pay anything for it. So, but I didn't want to get into my personal concerns about it. That's not what's guiding it.
I appreciate you answering. We were just talking about malpractice earlier, so I wanted to tie that up.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And then I just have one other question. Are other departments of health in the region similarly situated as we are in terms of only having one doctor?
Well, we're the only non-clinical health department, so the answer is no. Most of them have clinical programs, so they have full medical teams. But even in some of those counties, including Orange and Rockland and some of the other larger ones, they've taken the same position that this is not something that they feel their health department can do, especially as we're now refocusing into we're going to soon have to be seeing that there's adequate testing and adequate vaccination going on at the same time. But as Legislator Nicolello said, there are no new yellow zones in Nassau, so thankfully we have a few days to sort it all out at least, hopefully more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other legislators? Legislator Walker.
Dr. Eisenstein, thank you again.
Thank you.
I know it's been said by many of the legislators, and I know we all feel that way. You've been wonderful, your entire department. You've worked tirelessly, and And again, on this issue, you've answered many questions, taken many phone calls, and I think at this time I'm going to ask that we table this and see if we can reach out to those school districts that might not have a plan yet, and see, as we move forward, the direction that we definitely need to go in, and perhaps get some additional answers from the state, and hopefully we don't go into the yellow zone at all.
That's right.
And
that's the best outcome.
Some
of
of our schools will be closing even as of going full remote as of next week. So it will give us some time, and I'm sure it will take some worries off of you personally. And I know, you work for us as in the department, and you take that job very seriously. But your medical license certainly is very, very important too. And
Thank you.
It's Hanukkah and Christmas time, and you don't need to be worrying about that on top of all the other worries that we have to worry about right now. So I'm going to motion that we do table this.
Okay, that motion to table is seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. No debate or discussion on the motion to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the item is tabled by a vote of 17 votes to table, 2 votes against by legislators Rhodes and Ferretti. Thank you, Dr. Eisenstein.
Thank you. And if there's any specific scenario or school superintendent that you'd like me to contact, just reach out to me. Happy to do it.
Just real quickly, I know you mentioned this in our caucus. In terms of the vaccine, I know that we've gotten small amounts, so some of the first responders are contacting us now and want to know what to expect in the next few weeks.
Yes. So
next few days.
now the formal long-term guidance is not out, but what I could tell you that I know is some hospitals have started receiving shipments. The very first group to be vaccinated will be frontline hospital workers. And the state gave the hospitals definitions of what that is. It's not every hospital worker. It's people in emergency rooms, doctors, nurses, laboratory techs, radiation phlebotomists, anybody that might be in that facility and around patients. That's going to be the very first group with the first very limited doses. We're very hopeful that by the end of this week, the second product, the Moderna vaccine, will also be improved, and that will increase the number of vaccines. We anticipate New York State has announced that they opted in to the federal vaccination program of nursing homes, and that is by opting in, some of our chain pharmacies, including CVS and Walgreens that I'm aware of, will be going to the nursing homes directly. This isn't going to happen this week. I don't think there's enough vaccine yet, but maybe as early as sometime next week. And they will be vaccinating in the nursing homes patients and staff. And those are the immediate first 2 groups, with EMS also in group 1 to be followed as soon as there's adequate supply. But that's my guess. I haven't heard that formally. I'm guessing that's what makes sense. Is I've heard from, we've heard over and over that EMS will be in phase 1. So even though hospital workers and nursing homes and EMS responders are phase 1, there's still very limited supply, so they've created subgroups. And just the fact that people are being vaccinated right now as we speak, it's day 1 of vaccine. It starts a new era. And I remember presenting to you, I believe in March, when I said, and somebody had asked, I don't remember who, but somebody had said, where are we on the curve? Well, I said, you're at the very, very beginning. Finally, we're towards the back end, and it's just a couple more months we got to get through, and the timing has been as we've expected. So hopefully the next month will be very exciting, and we're ready. We're ready if we're ready if we were asked that a shipment was coming and we need to stand up to vaccinate, whether it's our county employees, our police, our first responders, whatever. We could have, with our Medical Reserve Corps volunteers, we did a training this weekend, the flu pod, and that was partially a training for what we would do in the big picture. We could be up and ready to vaccinate within hours, 2-3 hours, if we receive vaccine. I don't think we're there yet. I think we're still a few weeks away from that. Hospital personnel is going to go first, but I just want you to know we are ready.
Real quickly, what about those first responders, for example, our firefighters?
So I haven't seen I haven't seen the formal plan and where that is. Certainly, I think all first responders are a priority and should be, and so we'll advocate for that as well. But for right now, I just know it's high-risk hospital employees to be followed by nursing homes. The hospitals themselves will be vaccinating their own hospital employees. Like I said, the chain pharmacies will be doing the nursing homes. Nobody else is vaccinating yet, just hospitals and the chain pharmacies, and that's still not yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Legislator Rhodes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know that you said that first responders you're not exactly sure where they fall in the priority. The particular concern, obviously, a particular immediate concern, is ambulance personnel, EMS workers that are transporting active COVID patients. There's been no guidance with respect to that?
Well, we were told that they're in Group 1, and we advocate that they're in Group 1. But Group 1 now, the initial number of doses is so small that they've created subgroups within Group 1. So I don't know this is a fact. I don't have that knowledge yet, but I suspect right now with the very limited dose they have, they're just going to do high-risk hospital workers, next week the nursing homes, and as soon as there's enough, I think that's who's next. And that's what makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Let's go back to the beginning of the calendar. Number 1 is a local law to amend the county government law of Nassau County to require public notification of the meetings and agendas for the Nassau County Planning Commission. Legislator McKevitt makes that motion, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. That's a motion to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The hearing is now open. This is a majority introduced legislation. Essentially, it's a transparency measure. Currently, the agendas for the Nassau County Planning Commission, which considers both subdivisions and certain zoning matters, is produced maybe 2 days before events, which creates difficulty in terms of events from 2 days before these meetings are to be held, which creates difficulties with respect to communicating to the residents who may want to comment on a particular matter, because there simply is not enough time. So what this does is require the Planning Commission to publish its agenda 1 week prior to a meeting. They must emablish and maintain an email notification system on the official website so that individuals can request to be received and to be emailed agendas for specific items and or meetings. And lastly, the Planning Commission must send its agendas to elected officials, your legislators, your mayors, your town supervisors, for subdivisions or zoning within that jurisdiction. So again, this is a transparency measure just intended to provide additional notice of action that the Planning Commission may be considering so that various stakeholders may have an opportunity to comment. Any debate or discussion on this item? Nope. A motion to close the hearing by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing is closed. Number 8 is a vote on the local law to amend the county government law of Nassau County to require public notification of meetings and agendas for the Nassau County Planning Commission. Again, we'll have Legislator McKevitt move that, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. Any further debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. Now to item 2, which is a hearing on a local law to amend Chapter 12 of the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to the Department of Public Works approval of building permits and curb cuts pursuant to Section 239F of the New York State General Municipal Law. Motion to open the hearing by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Reggie Whitten. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. The hearing is open. Legislator Coppell, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Presiding Officer. This legislation would relate to the county's approval of various curb cuts and other features of new building applications or other developments in the county. Right now, we are experiencing delays of many, many months, sometimes stretching into years, for the county to respond to the applications for these permits. Now, the proposed legislation would go some way, although not all the way, towards getting the county into compliance with the state law, 239F, the general municipal law. What it would provide is a period of 30 days after filing of the application within which the county would be required to respond to the permit application. The permit application, I should note, is made in the first instance to a different municipality, be it a town or sometimes a village or the city. A different because the county does not maintain building departments. And the county would have 30 days within which to respond, file objections or requests for changes. Should the county not respond within the 30-day period, the fee that's paid, that was payable to the county in connection with this application, would be reduced by 25%. An additional 25% reduction would apply every 10 days thereafter, during which the county does not respond. And at the time fees reach zero, the application would be deemed approved, so that the municipality could go ahead and issue the permit at its discretion. During any period for which the county is waiting for answers for information which it requests from an applicant, well, those periods, the relevant period, would be extended for an equal number of days. I'd be very happy if anybody wants to speak about this for the administration.
Ken Arnold, Public Works. The department has received this local law. We passed it off to the Blue Ribbon panel and had a series of discussions last week, which accumulated in a report going back to your body on our thoughts on the legislation. The panel believes that this is not necessary at this time. We are still implementing all the requirements of the panel. We've looked at our review process. We've looked at our compiling of data, and we've looked at our personnel and staffing. We'd like to meet with you before this local law is voted on.
Okay, that would be fine. I believe we're not going to actually go ahead with a vote on it today. We'd certainly be very happy to have discussions on it. But I do have some questions, Mr. Arnold, and thank you for coming here today. What are the items that you look at when you look at these applications? What specific types of issues do you look at?
We look at 4 different groupings of items. We look at traffic impacts of the curb cut to the county road. We look at, as part of that, my traffic engineers look at impacts of pulling in and pulling out of the driveways on pedestrians, handicap parking, and deliveries. Wastewater, of course, looks at the availability of sewers. That's a fairly simple review. Site development looks at on-site drainage and whether the proposed development will impact the surrounding county facilities. And we look at, things that are in the county's right-of-way.
Okay. And isn't it true, though, that at this time there are people who are sitting out there who've had applications in there for many months? Because I know that people call me fairly often complaining that they're unable to get any response at all from the department when they submitted information. People say that they can't get a return phone call. People say that they're not getting information back.
My staff works very hard at talking to people. I mean, COVID has limited our in-house meetings, in-person meetings, but my staff is available to have discussions at all times. We looked at those numbers, and it's in the report that we provided to you. We have 227 active, open, or rejected plan submittals right now. Of the 227, 140 of them were rejected and returned to the applicants, so we are waiting for them to be returned to us. Of the 227, there's also 62 that are on hold, incomplete, or withdrawn, or already built. These are the problematic ones. We have to go through and find out what the issues are with why we have not received anything back to us, and we currently only have 25 applications that are under our review.
Okay. Would you be able to provide the details of those numbers to us, please?
Yeah, a lot of those details are in the report. We can, of course, sit down and go through them in more detail when we have our meeting.
Okay.
I will tell you that the panel in their discussion last week, that we do recognize that we have a challenge of why do we get so many rejections, and we're looking at different options on dealing with the rejections, including a mandatory meeting with applicants after their first submittal. That is part of our report.
How long
also.
after that? How long would it take to set up such a meeting for the on the county's part?
We believe that could be something that could be done a week or 10 days after the rejection. I mean, one thing that COVID has taught us is virtual meetings, and sharing of plans virtually is something that the department has fully embraced. So instead of having applicants come in and go over plans on a desk, that is something we're looking towards doing for rejections, because rejections is the issue. We don't understand why we're seeing 3, 4, 5 rejections on certain sets of plans.
You are aware, are you not, that that Section 239F provides actually that if the county doesn't respond within 10 working days, the county loses its rights to object.
Right.
You are aware of that?
Yes, we are. But
and
also,
we're way out of compliance with that.
Also understand that the 239 process has been combined with our permit process. So when the applicant leaves with an approval, he now has a road opening permit to do all his work, not just the 239 that gets delegated to the town.
Well, perhaps that ought to be separated so that we can get closer to compliance with the state law.
That has been discussed, and we can discuss that in further when we meet about the pitfalls of that also.
Now, when you say that it's not necessary, I say that I would suggest to you that it certainly doesn't hurt. It's something that would hold the county's department's feet to the fire. If it's something for which you're already, you say, close to compliance, it doesn't hurt. Okay. And it doesn't go all the way the same distance that the state already gives the. As a matter of fact, I would imagine that the county would have a really hard time defending it if somebody brought a lawsuit saying that the county simply does not have the right to object, because that's the plain wording of the statute, after 10 working days. So this legislation actually gives the county quite a bit more time, this proposed legislation.
Well, one of my questions on the legislation that we can discuss at our meeting is the department required to make an action within 30 days in total, or when something gets rejected and then gets resubmitted, how does that clock work? Those are the types of items I need to understand better.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
The way I read the legislation, if the department rejects an application in day 10, and the applicant comes back with a revised set of plans, are we working off from day 11, or are we back to day 1?
No, the legislation expressly provides that the time during which the department is waiting for additional information or a response from the applicant would be added to the time.
Right, but do
So
I
if,
get...
so if the department asks for information on day 9, and you don't get it back for 2 months, that 2 months does not get counted against the county.
I understand that, but then when we do get the information back, am I starting at day 10 or am I starting at day 1, based on the legislation?
Oh, it's an interesting question.
That-
Okay,
that-
we can
those
talk
things
about
I have
that.
to talk through. If I'm starting at day 1, that's fits it within my turnaround. If I'm starting, if every time a submittal gets rejected and the clock keeps sliding down, I have a concern about that.
All right. Well, okay, I'll look forward to this meeting because the problems are fairly manifest. I mean, during the time that these things are delayed, builders are incurring carrying costs, whether it's interest and other major costs. Because of that, developing a building is more expensive. Because of that, buildings are delayed, and when they're delayed, the county and the other taxing jurisdictions don't get to collect the increased taxes that would otherwise apply once a development is completed.
And legislature, we understand that. That's why the county executive put together the panel of all experts, and we work towards this solution. And the panel and myself are more than would like to sit down and further enhance this along.
So we can set up a meeting. I guess whoever wants to be in it would be in it. Will you send out an invitation?
Yeah, well, I can work on that with the panel, yes. And I'll work through your office.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Legislator Shea.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you? I just have a comment. I'm on that 239F panel, as you well know, and I know how much work has gone into that and how many, what the changes are that have already happened and what we are hoping for going forward. And we all know it's going to make a huge difference, when we have certain things in place. I think we were all blindsided by COVID, obviously, and everywhere in every way. So in that regard, and especially with the impact that it's having on businesses, I know our goal was to move forward with this process and make it a lot more, condensed and simpler, and that's the direction we're all heading in. I think Legislator Coppell, having put forward this legislation, has just really kind of, put it more on the table for us to discuss, especially during these difficult times for everybody. So in that regard, I think it's good that we are going to have, this meeting and we're going to talk about it, but I do know that a lot of work has been put into it already by your department, and I do want to say thank you for all that you have done, because I know you have the best intentions in mind for the county and certainly for the residents and the businesses out there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate or discussion? Okay, hearing none. Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell makes a motion to close the hearing, seconded by Legislator Reggie Whitten. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Hearing is closed. So we'll move on to calendar number 3. Hearing on a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to the collection of unpaid taxes, penalties, and interest by the county treasurer. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. That's a motion to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed, hearing's open. This is also a majority legislation. With the pandemic, the governor has ordered a stay on any evictions of people who, through hardships, are unable to pay their rent currently. I believe that applies to commercial as well. But you have the building owners who are not receiving income. Now, obviously, for the large building owners or corporate entities, it is not as big an issue, but for small owners, it is a major issue because they continue to have the costs, the overhead of operating a structure, everything from utilities to taxes and all the costs involved, but the income is limited. So what this legislation is designed to do is to give some small measure of relief to those owners, specifically with respect to staying tax lien enforcement. And when would this take place? It would take place once a particular building owner came to the county and submitted a sworn affidavit indicating an inability to pay their their taxes as a result of the directly connected to the orders, staying enforcement of evictions, and the lack of rent coming in. So basically, they have to submit that sworn affidavit. Then the county, although it will have the lien, will not be enforcing it until such time as the order staying, with respect to rents, is lifted by the governor. So again, it's designed to give some relief to those small business owners who are also struggling under this with this pandemic. Anyone else want to discuss this? Okay. Anyone home? Nope. All right. I need a motion to close the hearing. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. We have to go to item 10, which is the vote on the local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to the collection of unpaid taxes, penalties, and interest by the county treasurer. Moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor, any debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. Back to item 4. Item 4 is a hearing on a local law to create a special revenue fund to assist in the finance or payment of tax certiorari settlements and judgment in Nassau County. That is moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Motion to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the hearing is open. This is designed to provide a safety valve and to provide a fund which will assist in paying off the county's existing tax refund liability. Now, there's discussions about expanding that reserve fund, but those discussions haven't been completed yet. But again, the county has hundreds of millions of dollars it owes in tax refund liability to residents and commercial entities, much of which is generating interest. Especially in this pandemic, we should be looking for ways to get that money back into the community and into the hands of business owners. Currently, the county executive's budget does have $30 million set aside in operating funds for 2021, but does not intend to finance the payment in terms of borrowing to finance this outstanding refund liability for 2 years. So basically, we would be treading water. So the idea is this. There was much discussion specifically about sales taxes, whether the county's projections are overly pessimistic. So the idea is, to the extent that in the adopted budget, the revenues come in above what those sales tax projections are, money gets put aside into this fund, which then can be used to pay these tax judgments and potentially other purposes that, again, we are negotiating. Also, monies that get freed up in the budget as a result of a CARES Act, in other words, federal relief monies, can potentially go into this fund as well. So this is a good government initiative, creating a dedicated fund for a purpose. That is something that needs to be addressed, and that is the idea behind it. Again, there's some negotiations going on with respect to some particulars of the fund, so we won't have to vote. We will not be voting at this point, but I wanted to have the hearing out of the way. Any other legislators want to discuss this item? Legislator DeRidge-Whitten.
Can I just ask that, I mean, we can have the hearing out of the way, but once we get the final details, maybe we should talk about it before we
Yes,
vote?
I mean, at that point, we will have the, once we call the item for a vote, we'll have full opportunity to debate and discuss
Okay,
it.
so it won't be a hearing, but we will debate it. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely. All right, since it's a hearing, any public comment? All right, hearing none. Motion to close the hearing by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. The hearing is closed. Again, we will not be calling this the vote for the item right now. Item 5 is a hearing on a local law to amend Section 21-10, point 2, subdivision 2C of the Nassau County Administrative Code with respect to due process for trade practice violations. We need a motion to open the hearing. Motion by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. 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 All right, let me just talk about this. Again, this is a majority initiative. There are obviously, and of course, unfortunately, unscrupulous retail businesses that engage in price gouging during times of crisis. And again, unfortunately, we have seen this during the pandemic. These businesses should be prosecuted and punished to the utmost. However, there are also upstanding businesses that are compelled and forced to raise prices due to factors outside their control, most importantly because the cost of the wholesale goods have gone up. Now, automatically hitting a business with a violation because of a higher price potentially penalizes a business for something they have no control over. We should at least give these businesses an opportunity to explain the basis for the price they are charging. My office and a number of my colleagues, maybe all of my colleagues, have received calls during the pandemic from distressed business owners with respect to this issue. One in particular had to raise the price of a good that his store was selling. I don't recall exactly what it was. I think it was hand sanitizers. But he did that because the cost to him had gone up. The people who were providing those hand sanitizers to him were charging more, so therefore he raised the price to accommodate that. He was hit with multiple violations by the Department of Consumer Affairs. Even though he had the receipts from the wholesaler showing the increase in costs were due to the expenses, his expenses were increasing, he was still hit with violations. The information about this store, it wasn't not the name, but the type of store and the community was released to the newspapers. And because this was the only store of its kind in that community, everybody in the news, reading those newspapers, local newspapers, understood that it was this store owner and that he was accused of price gouging in the middle of a pandemic. Now, you can imagine the uproar that came about. And again, here's a store owner who was hit with higher prices and passed those along to the consumer, which they had to do, was charged with price gouging, released to the community, and became somewhat of a pariah in the community. Again, we have to come down hard on those that are price gouging, but there has to be some element of fairness in how we treat our local businesses. They should be provided an opportunity when an inspector is in the store to provide the books or receipts showing that there was no price gouging, but it was due to increased costs or other reasons on their behalf. This should be done before the violation is issued. Why would you want it before the violation is issued? Because once the violation is issued, quite frankly, it goes into the process, and then each store owner is pressured somewhere along the line to settle the matter before they have to spend for an attorney, go to a hearing, and potentially face those costs. So you have to give them an opportunity before they get hit with a violation. Our small businesses are struggling. We don't want our small businesses to stop selling these goods in the pandemic. Again, if by doing this, we are limiting the availability of things that people need in the community, then we should not be doing it. So the local law requires the Department of Consumer Affairs to post its rules and regulations on its county website. More importantly, prior to issuing a summons regarding price gouging, unfair trade practices, the individual from the Department of Consumer Affairs must provide the business owner a reasonable opportunity to explain why the prices went up, including receipts, books, records showing that the increase in price was due to increased costs outside his control. Prior to the issuance of the summons, the business owner must be provided a reasonable opportunity to provide exculpatory evidence. Lastly, when the violation reaches the Department of Assessment stage and it's going to go to a hearing, which is by an individual that's appointed by the county who will hear that hearing, the department must provide a written explanation of the charges and its evidence with respect to the violation before the hearing. This is standard due process. Again, this is intended to give business owners an opportunity to explain and prepare for a hearing so that if there is a reason they've increased prices, they can explain that, not be hit with a violation, and that's it. Failure to do this on the first offense leads to an adjournment of the case. Failure to do this, meaning provided a due process, leads to an adjournment of the case. If it's done repeatedly, it will lead to a dismissal by the Department of Consumer Affairs. So that's what the legislation provides. Anyone else want to discuss this item? Legislator Vino, and then Legislator Druck.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have a couple of questions. I guess I'll pose it to you.
Sure.
Should I pose them to you? Thank you. So the individual have we checked to verify that the individual who would be going into the store to investigate the allegations, that they are actually working within title to then render a decision? Because I suspect that the way it worked earlier on, before, or how it works currently, I should say, the individual who goes into the store is not required to render a decision. That they render a decision that there was a violation. They go in, they determine that the cost for the item is higher than it should be, and they decide that there should be a violation. I'm not sure that someone in that class would also have within their charge to make a determination that the individual was not in fact price gouging by way of authenticating whatever documentation they provide, the store owner provides. So I'm not sure that that person is properly trained to go in and render that have that level of discretion and render that kind of decision.
Well, I think what the person who's issuing the violation does is simply not issue the violation. Takes the information, if he has any question, brings it back to his supervisors, to the Commissioner of Consumer Affairs, and says, this is what's been presented. Do I go ahead or not? So I think if the issue is authority, I think it's simply a matter of just at that moment not issuing the violation. I mean, this era of technology, you take a picture of the receipts, send it back to the office, and have somebody up the supervisory chain make that decision.
And this policy allows for that?
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, basically, once presented with evidence of why the prices increased, which shows it wasn't price gouging, I think they have to step back and say, okay, let's look at this evidence, and if it's compelling, then they, don't issue the violation.
I may have missed that step when you explained it, but I didn't hear that step was actually taken, that they were not required to render a decision on the spot, that they could, in fact, push it up the food chain for someone else who is in a position to render that type of decision or have that level of discretion to make a decision.
Yeah, look, there are unscrupulous business owners who may be presenting false information, and that's something that the Department of Consumer Affairs would have to take into consideration. Look, if somebody has a history of doing this and they've hit them repeatedly for violations, I think you take their evidence with a grain of salt. But if you're a business owner, you haven't really, not in the system ever before, I think you give them a little bit of credibility.
So the idea is that they're going to then push it up the food chain, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's, it's very easy. Just take a look. This is what business owner, Y gave to me. Should I go ahead and issue a violation, or do I hold off?
Okay, and then have we conferred with the commissioner to determine whether what level of impact this would have on his office in terms of, because before currently they go out, they look to determine whether the price is in excess of what they should be charging. They issue the summons or the complaint against the store. and, you know, they move on. In this case now, we could potentially be touching items twice, right? We could be touching these things twice. So have we conferred to determine whether this would have a high level of impact to his staffing?
I personally have not spoken to him with respect to that. I know that they have, after we introduced this, they indicated they were also looking at amendments to the legislation, which we could certainly consider once and assuming it ever comes to us. But no, I have not discussed with him in terms of staffing.
Okay. And some of the amendments that they were talking about, presiding officer, were they relative to what will actually define price gouging, so that there wouldn't be such a subjective view to what exactly is price gouging?
I don't know if their amendments will address that, but that's something that certainly we would be interested in doing that, because it is obviously, you're 100% right. There's a lot of subjectivity into this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let me just say I commend you and the majority. I think this is a good bill. As legislators, we are tasked with providing legislation that is fair and balanced. And although as we're all consumers, none of us want to be price gouged or charged more than what is reasonable at any given moment. But we do have to be mindful that the scales of justice require us to pay attention to some of the local merchants who are fighting for their lives right now. And but I would like to see, I did read the commissioner's memo about the legislation that they're looking to do, and I would like to see some mechanism that can be instituted to go after the wholesalers, because I think they're the ones who are really the culprits here. They charge the merchant an exorbitant amount, and he has no choice but to raise the price, mark it up a certain way, and although the percentage of the markup may be the same that is customarily done on any product because of the expenses that they incur. So I think that if the commissioner had raised it, but if there's some way that we can find or explore a mechanism to go after these wholesalers, I would really be happy about that too.
Yeah, I agree. So something that maybe we can consider going forward in January.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Legislator Schaefer.
I agree with that as well. I think, though, an investigation into that is necessary also, right? Because they could be getting hit with, material fees or, to costs are more expensive for them as well. So it's a good idea. But I'm glad I just see the commissioner coming up here, because I was going to ask him a couple questions, if that's okay. Mr. May.
Good afternoon, legislators.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. So I'm wondering, what is your policy with regard to this?
So it could be a long answer, and I apologize. So our enforcement against price gouging is not just against the idea of price gouging. It's the unfair trade practice. So it's easier to describe it as price gouging. Most people, when they go to a store, they see prices that appear out of whack. They think it's price gouging. They let us know. Mm-hmm. So we've adopted that nomenclature. We call it price gouging. So under the unfair trade practice violations, it's not just price gouging. We will most of the violations that we've issued weren't necessarily for price gouging per se. They were merchants who were taking boxes of the medical masks, the 3-ply surgeon masks that everyone was mostly wearing until we got our cloth masks, our reusable masks, opening them and selling them individually for $2 and $3 when the piece cost per item 25 cents, 12 cents. Taking the N95 masks, breaking those open, selling them individually, handling them. We encountered merchants who were opening up N95 boxes and wrapping each individual N95 mask in saran wrap, having no idea who was handling the product, if they were sick, if they were wearing any kind of medical equipment. So it's not just this idea of price gouging, this item cost more than it was last week when I came in. It sort of runs the gamut. So now, specifically about price gouging, what happens? We have been monitoring to the best of our ability the prices for the different items. Like I said, I now know that a 3-ply mask was, between 12 and 25 cents per item because we had to really track this stuff down, do the math on it. We've spoken to manufacturers, we've spoken to representatives from 3M, we've spoken to the representatives of RB, who are the makers of Lysol. They've indicated to us that they have not raised their prices to their wholesalers. So again, and I think it's Legislator Drucker who pointed it out, based on the information that we have available to us, we believe that if there are bad actors in the stream here, the bad actors appear to be the wholesalers. So, and you had mentioned material costs. So we've at least run down with a few of these manufacturers that they haven't changed their prices at all to their wholesalers, and in fact are looking to boot wholesalers that are taking advantage of retailers and the public from their distribution chains entirely. So, there's a lot going on here. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, or if I raised more questions by bringing this up.
Well, I'm wondering, so is there a process by which you determine you're going to investigate? How do you investigate if you do that? And how does it go? If you get it, if somebody reports to you that they believe a certain vendor is price gouging,
right?
What do you do?
So we've received about 1,000 complaints from consumers at this point dealing with price gouging. And again, that sort of runs the gamut of these things for price gouging. And have issued about 350 violations. The investigators, we've trained them, worked with them to go over what items we're seeing out in the field, what the typical per unit cost is for those items, and then if they see that based on a report from a consumer, to go ahead and issue a violation. Now, most of that activity has died down since May, June, when the cloth mask came out, because most of the price gouging was occurring with the masks, right? What we have seen recently, and what we're seeing retailers putting out there, is cans of Lysol, the 19-ounce can of Lysol, that typically retails for $5 for $15. So when we see something like that, the product is available. Maybe not in sufficient quantities, but the product is out there. Last I checked, you could get it at Walmart. I think at the Westbury location for $5. I'm not advertising for them, but they had in-store pickup available. I'm just interested to see what the availability of the product is. So we have a pretty robust idea of what the products normally cost, both pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Again, we saw prices settle down when the production of the cloth masks increased. And so that's the process. We get a complaint from a consumer. It's detailed out to an investigator. An investigator goes to the location, confirms that the price that we are being told is being charged. If we know that that item is, that price indicates that there's some price gouging going on, if it's the price gouging issue per se, to issue a violation.
But is that before you even take a step and find out what, if that particular store is being overcharged or being charged more by their distributor? Or
so
do you even go there, or you didn't do that? It didn't sound like, from what you just explained to me, that that's not the way that it goes. If you're just talking about if you see a higher price,
right,
and it's available less somewhere else, you're just assuming that they're price gouging rather than maybe. I'm just thinking, as you're speaking,
right,
if it's Lysol, everybody in the world wanted it, or some sort of cleanser. So do they have time to go find another another distributor? Probably not, another manufacturer. So maybe I'm just saying that maybe that's one of the reasons things were in some stores were higher priced than others. But I don't know without an investigation. So
we don't typically accept evidence in the field in that manner. We want evidence submitted to us, as part of the investigatory and due process part of this. If a violation is issued, the owner of the store, if it's a local store, which I understand is sort of the impetus of all of this, has an opportunity to reach out to us. They can contact us anytime, up to the pre-hearing settlement conference date, which is the return date of the violation. We're all cognizant of the challenges of the pandemic. Nobody's getting penalized if they miss a pre-hearing settlement date. We're looking to work with all of the local businesses and even the national businesses as much as we can. And as long as they have evidence that they could submit to us, assuming it's the appropriate evidence, we can go ahead and dismiss the violations or offer a reduction as appropriate. It's not really the purpose of the investigator in the field issuing the violation to also make a determination of whether or not there's sufficient evidence after they've determined a violation should be issued. the standard procedure of the office is someone other than the issuing officer, or investigator in this case, not officers, not sworn officers, takes a look at the evidence that's presented. It also takes a look at what the investigator, provides to them, so that there's a check within the office that, one specific investigator isn't necessarily picking on any particular retailer or isn't, cutting somebody that maybe they know a break. So there's a check and balance within the office.
Okay, you said you had about 350 cases, is that right?
We had about over 1,000 complaints and about 350 violations issued.
Okay, and what percentage would you say resulted in some sort of discussion before and a change in whether or not they're fined, or how many of them were just, the fines were paid and that was it? If you can remember that.
I would have to go ahead and take a look at the numbers. It's not that many. I think we've probably had about 20 where we've had a settlement conference or an administrative hearing. But everyone has an opportunity, to present whatever evidence that they have. And, we have dismissed a number of the violations once we have information that, their wholesaler, for lack of a better term, is ripping them off. And I think that's the challenge with the law as it's currently written, not the law that we're debating here. That the department is prevented from going after the wholesalers. We can only do, consumer goods at retail. And if there's an opportunity, to work with the body here to deal with this, I think that's one of the key things that we should be looking to address is, we don't want to be hitting, local businesses, even national businesses, any more than any of you do. Like, we want to find out who the real culprit is. It's like during the height of the pandemic, how was a shoe store able to get 3-ply masks when hospitals couldn't get them? What is that wholesaler doing? How are they getting that material to sell to somebody who may not necessarily have been in that business a week prior, right? So having now unfortunately been through whatever it is, 9 months of the pandemic, we have a better idea of what we're looking at, one, and two, things that we can change to move forward to address the concerns. And I actually want to thank the presiding officer. We had an opportunity to discuss this. I've lost all track of time, so I apologize. It might have been May, it might have been June, but you have brought your concerns to me about the individual business that you were speaking about at the beginning. And I took your concerns immediately to heart. I don't know if anybody, maybe realized or not, but we stopped reporting the type of businesses and the specific hamlet that they're in. We moved to much broader numbers at the town and city level, understanding that while we thought that we were masking the identities of businesses that had not been fully adjudicated, obviously you as the legislators know your communities better than I do. I did not realize that what we were giving out was pretty significantly identifiable to the store in question, and we changed our practice immediately thereafter. So again, if there's an opportunity here to work with everybody, I think there are changes that need to be made. So, I mean, that's, I think, the complete answer to your question. It might have gone on too long, and I apologize.
That's okay. No. How much did you collect in total from the businesses?
I have to check the numbers we've collected. I think it's around $50,000 we've collected in total so far.
Okay. And when was the first fine, issued, if you recall?
The first fine issued was, I think it was the week of March 9th. One of the legislators had reached out to us regarding, I think, again, I don't want to unmask any of the stores that haven't been fully adjudicated yet, but they were selling boxes of masks for, I think it was $60? Yeah, it was a box of 10-year-old 3-ply masks that the manufacturer essentially forswore any knowledge of. They hadn't been manufactured in 10 years. They didn't know what conditions they were stored in, and the location was selling them for, it was $50 or $60. And I forget the exact count at the time. So it was starting at that first week in March before everything got, sideways.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. May? Yes. Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Commissioner, thank you very much. But under your current system,
yes, sir,
as you explained, this is one of the reasons why I think the majority's bill is good, because it provides the merchant with an opportunity to present their proof before a violation is issued. So under your current system, your investigator goes there, makes an investigation about the price and the product, and issues a violation. And now what you're saying is your process does allow for the merchant to dispute it, to present proof, and if they present the proof according to what you're saying and the criteria about their supply chain, they're going to be they're going to be found not guilty of it. But the point is that once that violation is issued, you're now forcing the merchant to go hire an attorney, spend money trying to defend a violation that probably may have been wrongly issued in the first place. So what I'm saying is, as far as due process goes, if you can allow a merchant an opportunity to demonstrate through documentary evidence ahead of time before having to go through the adjudication process, I think that makes more sense. That's all I'm trying to say. I understand that your investigators do a very good job in determining if this particular product is being overpriced or other unfair trade practices are being employed. But why not give the merchant an opportunity to explain before he's issued the violation?
So, legislator, part of the problem there is the way that the department is operating. The individual issuing the violation really is not supposed to be the one making a determination as to the facts afterwards. In other words, we have investigator ones who are in the field. The investigator twos are the ones who are doing at least the pre-settlement conference and taking the information that the merchant. In this case, it's a merchant. In other cases, it could be based on a consumer complaint, right? I think one of the things that, again, if we have the opportunity to work on with this bill as it's written, the bill as written affects the unfair trade practice sort of entirely. It doesn't, take it out of the realm of the unfair trade practice and focus on the issues of price gouging, which I think we would like to see, but again, that's not up to us. There are internal controls in the department so that the investigators are not, necessary, and I'm not casting aspersions on any of my staff here, but it's also to protect them from anybody coming in and saying, oh, why is store A getting a deal and store B isn't? Or, investigator A comes in and everything's fine, but investigator B comes in and I've got all these problems. What's going on here? The point is to have a standard operating procedure that everybody, including between the investigators, the store owners, consumers, everyone understands what the process is. So, this fundamentally changes how the department operates, and I don't know that it's necessarily for the better, but I think there's an opportunity here, again, as I said, to address what I think are inadequacies in the law as it currently stands. I don't disagree with the majority's thrust here with the legislation. I think we really ought to change how the department is able to handle the complaints of price gouging. I don't know if it was Legislator Bino or somebody had said, there's no definition of price gouging in the admin code. I think you've all seen the memo that I presented over the weekend. That's one of the changes we want to make. We want to make it very clear for the merchants, what the rules of the road are, so to speak, so that everybody has an opportunity to, play by those rules equally and fairly. Again, I don't know if I answered your question. I might have gone on too far.
No. You answered it, and I agree with the concept and the ideal that you're saying is you want to give every merchant an opportunity, but what you're forcing them to do is to now be on the defensive. They now have to go through the court process to defend themselves. They now have to present you with proof in an adjudication process in order to be vindicated from it. All I'm saying is what the majority's bill, from the way I understand it, is they can alert the merchant and the retailer that there is a complaint, there is a potential for a violation here. Unless you demonstrate how you've arrived at this pricing, we're going to issue a violation, and then you'll have to, answer it in a judicial forum. But I just think that the opportunity before you slap them with the violation, and now they have to go and hire a lawyer and defend it and spend all this money when in fact they had a very plausible reason why they charged this price, is the better way to go. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I have a number of legislators who'd like to speak. Rose Walker, Legislator Walker, Legislator Birnbaum, Legislator Rhodes, and Legislator Bino.
Hello, Commissioner, and I want to thank you, too, for, addressing all the issues I had early on in COVID. And I did have several of those businesses that were selling individual face masks that came out of a package, and I thought the same thing, why would anyone even consider buying those when they were, obviously you couldn't even say they were put in a baggie. They were just whatever, okay?
Right.
And of course, added to that, and whether it was called price gouging or whatever, but, you know, they were selling those individual masks for a large amount of money.
Right.
And I think we do all understand that, like small little businesses, like the deli isn't going to get the best deal on goods when, compared to like a Target or a Walmart or whatever. So
Right.
normally their expenses are a little bit higher. I just was, and I thank you for addressing them. Now, in those circumstances where people were selling individual items or whatever, were they immediately given some kind of violation or whatever right then? And obviously, I would hope that they were made to stop doing, you know, continuing to do that, because you did have people who were buying them like that. I don't know how, did you address those immediately?
Those are all addressed immediately, yes.
Okay.
I guess challenge, right, for our department during the pandemic has been to apply as even-handedly as we can, you know, the same processes and procedures for everybody that we're notified that price gouging is occurring. And I do want to emphasize the point here that, you know, with the exception of, you know, that first, you know, week where everything was, you know, kind of weird but not sideways, right? You know, my staff and I, you know, we could all ride around in cars together not wearing face masks. You know, did go around to, you know, stores that we were aware of that were selling the individual masks, the masks in boxes for $60, again, of almost unknown, you know, provenance. And that was probably the last time that we issued a violation under the UTP related to price gouging that was not a direct result of a consumer complaint. Right? Like, we're not out there looking to hammer retail stores, you know, during a pandemic. We're all very sensitive to, you know, the unfortunately changed business climate for everybody. We understand that, you know, costs have gone up for everybody. We understand, you know, it's not in Nassau County, but you look at New York City with the closure of the indoor dining for the restaurants. You know, you read the New York Times, and all of these small businesses, family-run businesses, are on incredible pressure in such an unprecedented time. Like, we're not out there looking to crush local businesses. And that's, again, why we circulated the memo over the weekend, that based on our experience, you know, there are changes that need to be made. I don't know that, you know, the bill that we're debating now accomplishes everything that I think that we want to do here. And again, also, I think I've gone on too long, and I've like lost the thread myself. I don't know if I answered your question or not. That's like how I'm going to end every question that I'm answering. I don't know if I answered the question or not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just one added piece to that. I know you said I guess you said about 350 violations
Yes.
were given. Do you know how many you have like outstanding?
The bulk of them are outstanding. Again, just because we had a return date on a violation doesn't mean that if somebody couldn't make it for whatever reason, that we were immediately punishing them. You know, we were happy to adjourn violations, adjourn administrative hearings. The department was essentially closed to the public until this summer. So we're not out, you know, again, looking to, you know, hammer or seriously inconvenience any of the local businesses. One point that I wanted to raise, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity here, is the people who receive violations don't even have to come to the department at this point. We can do adjudications over the phone. They can email us whatever information they have. We have Zoom available, Teams. I don't think we use Skype. You know, methods available to be as convenient as possible for all of the businesses. If they want to hire a lawyer, that's certainly, you know, their right. Most of this they can handle themselves on their own. Like the underlying purpose of having the Department of Consumer Affairs in the first place was to offer a low-cost venue for people to adjudicate these kinds of complaints. You know, there's an opportunity there for everyone to be heard, and be heard as, you know, conveniently as possible, for lack of a better term.
Okay, thank you. And I have to tell you, I mean, I think it's important, obviously, the department doesn't let on, you know, what businesses or the exact type of business, especially if it's the only business like that in a community. But I could tell you early on, social media let everybody know. So pretty much people in the neighborhoods knew what stores were doing things wrong, and hopefully those stores got the message also, even if it wasn't right away from you that they got it from the residents, and, people were aware of what was happening, so.
Yes,
right.
and I think that that's true, and the department has seen a pretty steep decline in complaints about price gouging, of any kind. Like I said at the beginning, the product that we seem to be seeing the most about is the cans of Lysol. Again, retailing for $5. Some stores are selling them for $15, $10, $15. So that's been the bulk of the complaints. I think most of the merchants, for lack of a better term, receive the message as you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Birnbaum.
Okay, thank you. I know you spoke for a while already, Commissioner, so you answered many of my questions, but how would you categorize the amount of cases that stores that need to have or use attorneys, should I say, in defending themselves when they get these violation notices? You said anybody could do it on their own, but how often do people incur expenses for hiring attorneys?
So I'm going to have Dawn O'Brien, the department counsel, answer that question. My experience has been not many have required attorneys, but she's been handling them directly.
Good afternoon, legislator. For the most of the cases that I've handled, the stores have been representing themselves, and we make it really easy for them. I mean, I will accept their evidence via email. They can scan it into me, and we do a calculation, and we determine that if their gross profit margin is at or below what it was prior to the pandemic or at a reasonable level, then we will dismiss the ticket without them ever coming in. And we're happy to do that for them.
And what's the time period between the time they were initially issued the violation and the case could be settled?
What's the return date that we usually give on them? Like, how many weeks, do you know? So if it's 10 days, I mean, if they call us, I could do it even before then. I mean, either Ken Hainer or I typically look at most of them, and we make that determination. We can make that determination basically on the spot with them. We've seen so many of them at this point.
Okay, and you gave a number before. I wasn't sure. How many have been settled with no penalty at all, during the pandemic?
I don't have that number. Do you have it, Greg?
I don't have it on me. We could certainly get that for you. That's not a problem.
Would you say less than half or half?
Well, most of the ones that are settled immediately are the ones that are dismissible, because it's very easy to determine that the vendor didn't do anything wrong, and that we are able to make that calculation. If we then make them an offer and they don't want to take that offer, that's what's getting put off, because now we have to wait till a time when we can have a hearing, and we only just started having our hearings maybe about a month ago.
And what evidence do they need? Do they just have to show you purchase receipts? What do they have to show to prove how much they paid? Is it just their orders, or how do you do it?
Their invoices from their wholesaler, and it is nice if we can have one from prior to the pandemic, but oftentimes they're not able to show that. But yeah, the invoices from the wholesaler.
Right, because I'm just a little concerned that, that wouldn't be you said it's inspector ones who go to the store, right? So the person in the store probably to show it to them unless it's a very small store. But if the owner wasn't there, that's not something that could be produced on the spot, I would imagine.
I've never been on the scene. You've been on the scene for some of them, correct? Or?
Right. For some of them, they're not able to produce it on the scene. Some of them, I suppose, can. I haven't seen any. I shouldn't say that. We've had retailers show us handwritten notes that again are sort of an unknown provenance. But as long as the store is willing to submit it to the department and have it be on file and be, for lack of a better term, auditable, we'll take it. And if the attorneys or the investigator twos are satisfied with the information, we can go ahead and dismiss the violation. And again, like Dawn said, we're set up in such a way where the store owner doesn't even have to come into the department at this point.
And in terms of publicity, because I know that there was a lot of bad press for certain stores, does the department give out any information to the press?
No, the information that's released. Let me be very clear about this. Certain information is foilable. At the end of the day, if there's a fully adjudicated violation, it is a public document that could be foiled. I don't recall seeing any foils from the press, although Dawn is the FOIL officer for the department. You know, to the extent that a mistake may have been made, certainly I thought that I was being, you know, properly masking the locations or the identities of some of the stores receiving the violations at the beginning of the pandemic. And again, although I've said it already, I do want to thank the presiding officer for bringing it to my attention that I, through the best of intentions, was not really doing what I had set out to do, and changed the practice so that when we were reporting to the press, we were just reporting the number of locations in a township, obviously the 3 towns, the 2 cities, because the way that I had been doing it before was not adequately protecting the people who had not been fully adjudicated.
Okay, so, you know, during this pandemic, it was the masks, it was the cleaning solutions. Something else could come along, you know, I can't even imagine right now. But do you believe that this legislation strengthens the department, makes it better for, well, I guess it's aimed towards the merchants, but what's your view of it?
So my concern is that the legislation is focusing on the unfair trade practice, you know, violations broadly and changing them in a broader sense than maybe, I don't want to say it was intended because I don't want to, say that because we didn't, draft the bill here. I think a better solution would be to specifically, carve out price gouging, define price gouging, and then wall off price gouging from the department unless there's a declared emergency by the president, the governor, the county executive. I understand from having done this now for about 9 months and working with some of the stores, obviously speaking with many of you, that the way that we have been operating, although I think is perfectly appropriate, could be changed to offer some protection to the vendors as well. I think there needs to be some clarity in the law, which is again, the purpose of the memo that I sent around prior to the weekend. But the bill as written, I think does change some of the broader powers of the department. We do use the unfair trade practice violation as part of our enforcement against entities that are not licensed by the department. So if you have a car dealership, for example, if somebody comes in saying they're being ripped off by a car dealership, catering halls, the tool of the department is the unfair trade practice. And, this legislation as written, I think sort of more broadly affects that than might have been warranted. So again, if there's an opportunity to work with this body here, I think there's broad agreement from, on both sides, not of the aisle here, whatever this divider is, that some change needs to be made. And if there's an opportunity to, work with all of you to come back to this in the new year, I think we would have something that everyone would be, very happy and proud to have out there.
Thank you.
Mr. Rhodes.
Commissioner May, I mean, I understand the argument that you're making. I'm just a little bit concerned that this turns somewhat into a shoot first and ask questions later process, which, might look good for a press conference, but it doesn't really get us to the point where we're solving any kind of issue. I mean, you're essentially filling out an accusatory instrument, right? In any other scenario, you would wind up having to have probable cause to be able to do that. It's sort of like me accusing you of murder without giving you the opportunity to tell me whether or not you had an alibi, right? So I don't see where it creates an issue for the department, and if it is a substantial change in the procedure, maybe it is a procedure that needs to be changed, to give the business owner the opportunity of demonstrating to the person that's there to conduct an investigation, right? Investigation is not just one side, it's listening to both sides. Conduct an investigation and see what exculpatory information there is before they make a decision to charge. Because as Legislator Drucker made the point, and as the presiding officer made the point, you are, as soon as that ticket is issued, exposing potentially that particular business to negative press, to negative attention, and forcing them to incur substantial bills to fight this out, through an adjudicative process when they don't necessarily have to. And I apologize, I didn't catch your name, ma'am. I apologize. I would address you by name. It's disrespectful
sorry,
not
for the
to.
record, that's Dawn O'Brien, assigned counsel for the department.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. As you indicated, quite often these are things that wind up getting resolved right away because there really is no basis for it. But in the meantime, a ticket's been issued, they've had to incur expense, and that's expense that can be avoided simply by asking a few simple and necessary questions at the point where the investigator is in the store and has the opportunity to be presented with information explaining why it is that a particular price is being charged. Nobody's looking to protect people who are truly engaging in price gouging, but by the same token, we shouldn't be placing the burden of establishing someone's innocence on business owners. It's supposed to be that you're innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. So, I think this bill goes a long way in correcting that.
Ms. Bino?
Thank you, Legislator Capel. Commissioner, I'm happy. I'm not going to go over some of the questions that I asked earlier because there's been some, agreement that we'll be working together to try and hammer this out in a way that would be appropriate. But I do want to know whether you have confidence that we as a county would have an ability to issue violations to wholesalers that are not seated here in the county, who are not doing business here in the county. They might be doing business in Wyoming, Utah, California, and the like.
So we've worked up a draft legislation through the County Attorney's Legal Counsel Bureau. We're confident that the solution that we have will allow us to go after some of the wholesalers, like you're saying, who are headquartered elsewhere. I believe most, if not all, corporations operating in the state of New York have to be registered with the State Department of State for the issuance of service or process service. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, I screwed that up. So I don't think there's any issue with going after the wholesalers in that case. And like I said at the beginning, I think that's, for most of the violations that we've issued, that would probably be the appropriate party to receive the violation.
I 100% agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Legislator Walker moves to close the hearing. And Legislator Bino seconds the motion. All those in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Forget it. I'm sorry. Check that. Public comment? Mr. Budnick.
My compliments both to the Department of Consumer Affairs and also to this legislature. My highest compliments to Mr. Nicolello for bringing this before you. I'm a former practicing attorney, retired now, former assistant district attorney. There are two particular places where this idea of having a screening process before there was an actual prosecution where a person is in jeopardy. One is, of course, is the criminal justice system, where we have a screening process, first with a judge at a preliminary hearing, and then with a grand jury. There's also discovery during that period between the prosecutor and the defendant. That is one model. The other model is with building departments and New York State building code violations, where the state code mandates a 30-day notice of violation. It doesn't have to be 30 days, but it is, before an accusatory instrument can be filed in order to give a homeowner, a resident, a renter, even a trespasser, the right to submit, well, I have permits for this stuff. Why are you bothering me? Or whatever the situation may be. I think the public policy of this state should be followed by this county in terms of the hearings that are being run by the Nassau County Department of Consumer Affairs. At one point, I had a number of them many moons ago. I found out that the administrative judges wouldn't allow business records of a businessman to be considered. Also, there is no procedure or existence of an appellate procedure within the department other than a quote-unquote appeal to the commissioner, which is effectively a non-existent appeal because the commissioner just doesn't have a staff or an ability or a function of actually reviewing all the transcripts of all the proceedings that take place if there are appeals. I think also there is a lack here because there is not a preponderance, it's a mere preponderance of the evidence, not guilt shown by clear and convincing evidence, which is a higher standard. I haven't read this proposed local law. I asked for a copy last week. I was told to try and find it on the internet, which turned out to be an impossibility for me. So I'm suggesting that Mr. Nicolello's proposal be very, very seriously considered because it provides for the protection of human rights. Okay? People who own stores are human beings too. Okay? And we have to come to...
Mr. Budnick, please wrap it up.
Certainly. Come to an agreement as to what we can do for everybody's sake, ultimately. Thank you, and thank you for putting up with me. Happy holidays. God bless you.
Same to you. Any other public comment? Okay. In that case, once again, Legislator Walker moves to close the hearing. And who was it? Legislator Bino seconds the motion. All those in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The hearing is closed. We're waiting for the presiding officer. He'll be back very shortly.
Okay, we are going to now to a vote on this proposed local law to amend Section 21-10.2, Subdivision 2C of the County Administrative Code with respect to due process for trade practice violations. So we need a motion on that. Legislator Schaefer moves. Deputy Presiding Officer Copel seconds it. Any further debate or discussion on this matter? Not. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. We're going to do the next hearing and next vote, and then we'll take a short break after that. Number 6 is a hearing on a local law to amend Title A of Chapter 6 of the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to the renewal of the exemption for persons 65 years of age or over, pursuant to Section 467, 6B of the Real Property Tax Law. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Walker. There's a motion to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? The hearing is open. And does anyone want to speak to this legislation?
This bill would protect our senior citizens who are applying to the county. It came to mind, especially during COVID, and our desire to reduce the requirements for senior citizens to, come out and be public-facing to request this exemption, that those that would have applied for an exemption 5 years in a row would enjoy the exemption moving forward without filing any additional paperwork. Yes, they have to file an affidavit with their local town when they pay their tax bill. That would be the only additional requirement.
All right, so it helps the seniors because it can be a cumbersome process qualifying for this tax exemption and all the paperwork that they have to gather. So it'll allow them to avoid that by simply filing an affidavit with their tax payment, I believe, right?
With their tax payment to the town. And Rich, I don't know about you, but or presiding officer,
it's Rich.
I get I get calls from senior citizens where they forgot and it's lapsed and it's fallen off. So this really would allow for them, once they have the 5 years, that they don't even have to worry about it anymore.
Just file the affidavit. Yep. Okay. Any other debate or discussion? Motion to close the hearing, moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed. Hearing is closed, and we will go to calendar item 13, a local law to amend Title A of Chapter 6 of the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to the renewal of the exemption for persons 65 years of age or over pursuant to Section 467 6B of the Real Property Tax Law. Motion by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Walker. Any further debate or discussion on the local law? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, with respect to the hearing on the capital plan, we're going to open that hearing and then recess it. Some additional work has to be done on that before it's ready to go. So we need a motion to, well, actually, let me read the item. Item 7 is an hearing on an ordinance to adopt a capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the 4-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Motion to open the hearing by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed? I think we need a motion to recess the hearing at this point. I could just do it myself? Okay, so we're going to place that in recess. And we are going to take a brief break and come right back. Thank you. We are at a recess. The next two items to be called are 34 and 35. These are settlements. 34 is a resolution, actually 34 and 35. Resolutions to authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle claims of the plaintiffs as set forth in the action entitled Duarte versus County of Nassau, as well as plaintiffs in the action entitled HVAC Inc. versus County of Nassau. Pursuant to the county law, the county government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code. Moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Walker. So these two are before us. Was there any questions? I think a request was made to call these separately. I don't know if anyone remotely has questions on this, any recusals or anything like that? All right, any debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. 37, Resolution 172 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement with the Nassau County Interim Finance Authority in relation to the return to the New York State Controller the amount of sales tax revenue necessary to enable the state controller to make the distressed provider assistant account payments. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator DeRizzi-Witten. So that item's before us. Is there somebody from, I see Andy Persick out there?
Good afternoon, Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. This is just memorializing an agreement because similar to what we had to do with AIM last year, because we have a control board with NIFA, the money can't be remitted back to the state without an agreement in place. We're hoping that next year the legislation will be fixed in the state and we won't have this issue with the distressed hospital payments.
And how much is this?
It's roughly around $7.4 million, depending upon the calendar year with the state and everything else. But that's what the number we have is 7.4 for this year.
And this money comes out of the sales tax revenue?
It's taken out of our share of the sales tax, similar to what the AIM did, what they did last year. So.
Okay. How much was taken out for AIM?
$11 million.
All right. Any questions? No. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Next item is 51. Resolution number 186, to require the assessor to restore to the official website of the county the total value of the exemption granted and the estimated tax impact of individual homeowners pursuant to real property tax law 485-U. Moved by legislator Ferretti, seconded by legislator Rhodes. That's before us. Anyone want to speak about this? Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So what this would do, when the property tax bills were the school property tax bills were first posted back in early November, there was a line at the bottom of the My Nassau Property webpage which had the full impact of the reassessment, the increases listed as an exemption, the full amount. And unfortunately, that amount has since been removed from the county website. I couldn't really tell you why. I have my suspicions, but it has been removed from the county website, and so residents have been calling my office, I'm sure many other offices from my colleagues here up in the legislature, asking what the reassessment is going to bring in the future, what it's going to bring in the next 4 years. And this exemption number that was listed at the bottom of that webpage, although not precise, gives residents an idea what the impact would have been this year, and thus able to predict what it will be over the next 4 years, the remaining 4 years of the phase-in. And so this is another instance of a lack of transparency in this process. It's another instance of a majority proposal that will bring some level of transparency back to the process, and I certainly hope that I'm joined by my colleagues up here in supporting it, and that this number gets restored to the county website. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak? Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Even worse than even as bad as what Legislator Ferretti alluded to is the fact that this isn't something that information for the benefit of taxpayers that was never provided to them. It's the active decision to take information that was provided to them that would have given them an idea of what the projection was over the course of the next 4 years, a tool that they could use, and deliberately taking that tool away from them. So not only do we have the case where, perhaps you can make the excuse that somehow maybe they didn't think about providing this information to taxpayers. This is information that they had and was taken away, in my opinion, in a deliberate attempt to hide the true impact of reassessment so that homeowners would be able to understand it, which makes this legislation even more necessary.
Anyone else want to speak?
Rich, can I just add one extra thing? Sure. Just, going back to what Legislator Rowe just pointed out, which of course is completely accurate, it was only a couple weeks ago that the county was ordered by a court to be more transparent, which is a very unfortunate situation that Nassau County had to be ordered by a court, by a judge, to be more transparent. And it's costing Nassau County residents, the lack of transparency costs them not just from a personal perspective, not knowing what's going on, many residents, but also it costs us in real dollars and cents. We were ordered to pay attorney fees at almost $600,000. That's Nassau County residents are on the hook for the lack of transparency. And so, this is just another attempt to bring some level of transparency to this process, and really the assessment department and the administration needs to learn from prior mistakes and fix these issues, and we're trying to help with that. Thank you.
Any further debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. We have 2 items on an emergency agenda. Clerk, item 393. So we have 2 items on the emergency calendar. Mike, you want to call the emergencies? Just do the first one first.
Call emergency resolution number 33-2020, emergency resolution number 33-2020, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon an ordinance to require the waiver of fees related to the modification of deeds containing covenants that discriminate on the basis of race or religion. Shall I read the second one?
No, we'll hold off on that. This emergency's been read. We need a motion to establish the emergency moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Any debated discussion on the emergency? Hearing none. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Okay, now call the item for consideration, an ordinance to require the waiver of fees related to the modification of deeds containing covenants that discriminate on the basis of race or religion. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Briefly, this is went through committees earlier. Would waive fees for individuals to the extent that there remain these offensive covenants in deeds. Initially, the proposal was that it would pertain to restrictions based on race, but we have expanded that to religion as well. These covenants are illegal for generations, actually, but there may be still homeowners dating back to the 50s that still have this language in their deeds and may seek to get it out, basically. So, anyone else want to discuss it? Legislator Rhodes.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to the presiding officer's explanation is that, as a county, we want to take an active role in encouraging people to do it. So not only does this, certainly provide an opportunity which they would otherwise have, but we want to make sure that opportunity can be taken free of county fees as a way of encouraging that language to be removed from deeds.
Right. Any other debate or discussion?
Yes, presiding officer, this is Legislator Szilagyi.
Legislator Szilagyi, yep.
Presiding
go
officer.
ahead.
Yes, to what extent will there be an effort to record all of the homeowners who request this language to be removed from their deed? Legislator Drucker and I initially initiated legislation in July that had a component where it would at least require us to record this information because there were universities such as Malloy and Adelphi that expressed interest in recording this information and using it for evidence-based research to learn from our past. I applaud the effort of the majority to initiate this bill, to file this bill, but would also ask that there be a component to record this. Would someone be able to foil the county clerk's office to see who actually requested this language to be removed from their deed?
I actually, you were going in and out. Could you just restate what you just said right now?
Is it possible for someone to foil the county clerk's office to discover who, in fact, have requested this language to be removed from their deed? Because Legislator Drucker and I initiated legislation that at least had a component where we would record that information.
I don't think it's possible to foil that from the county clerk's office. I mean, you're talking about 400,000 parcels in the county, and they would have to go through each one to identify whether a current deed has that language in it. So I don't think that's something that can be done. So it's something that I think we're looking at people proactively who want to make this change. And as Legislator Rhodes said, we encourage people to do that, but that's the purpose of the bill.
So it can be available to the public as to what parcels did have this language.
I didn't catch that either.
Would that information be made available to the public as to which parcels had this language in order for it to be removed?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can. For the same reason that you can't expect the county clerk to go through 400-something thousand deeds and try to identify which ones have it and which ones don't. I think you could, however, have a general. We could provide general information to the public saying this is now available. I mean, to be honest with you, there's still costs involved to doing that, to actually trying to get this out of the deed, trying to file new instruments. There's still state tax costs, and if somebody's going to use an attorney, there's cost there as well. But if someone's eagerly anticipating and would like to do this, then there's not going to be a charge in the county portion, which is what we hope will encourage people to do so to the extent they still exist. Any other debate or discussion? Legislator Ferretti?
I would just add that the county clerk's office is a public office that's open. It's completely open to the public. So any resident or non-resident, for that matter, can go into the county clerk's office and go through the land records there. So this information is freely accessible. It's from 1993 forward. It's actually accessible online, and like I said, any resident can go through any deed back to the beginning of the formation of Nassau County, and conduct a search.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Last item is 410 of 2020. Do we have, can we waive the reading of this entire paragraph? I think it's pretty clear as to what it is. With the consent of the minority, I'd like to do that because there's no reason to have to read every word here. But it's an ordinance, amending ordinance 101 of 2020, fixing the tax rates and levying taxes for the 12-month 2021 fiscal year, etc. So we have a motion to establish an emergency. Moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. Any debate or discussion on the emergency? Hearing none. Actually, Andy, as you're standing there, why don't you come up and just tell us briefly what this is, although we all know what it is.
This is the annual tax warrant that's usually done at this session of the legislature. It was a little delayed again this year, but being that it's made with COVID and everything else, but it's here before you as it comes in every year at the same time and does the exact same thing. It's the exact same resolution every year with different numbers in there, for lack of a better thing. So.
And the tax bills can't go out unless they have this information.
Exactly. These have to be submitted to the towns. The towns have to take it and then submit for their tax penalties. And if it gets delayed, it creates problems with cash and everything else. So. Right.
And which is the nature of the emergency, because if we don't do it today, then we're into the new year.
Well, the problem is when we get the information back and forth between the tax receivers and everything else, it has to be done in December on this meeting, and the delay is that there's information going back and forth up until Friday at 4:45. I can tell you that we finally got final numbers from one of the townships, but it's just unfortunately we've tried to streamline the process, and this is we've gotten it closer, but it's just the turnaround time on this thing just is going to be this way as far as I can see it. So.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Andy? Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor of establishing the emergencies signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Right, the emergency is established, so I'll call the item 410 of 2020, an ordinance amending ordinance 101 of 2020, fixing the tax rates and levying taxes for the 12-month 2021 fiscal year. Motion by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. Any further debate or discussion on the item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. All right, so we're going to put the legislature in recess. We expect that there'll be 2 additional emergencies to call this afternoon, this evening. So while we're waiting for those to be ready, we're going to have the Rules Committee take care of its business. Mike, can you call the Rules roll?
Thank you. The Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia DeRicci-Whitten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman, that's Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. We have a number of contracts to consider. The easiest way to do this is just to call the first one initially by itself. A63 of 2020, a resolution ratifying the Commission of Shared Services to award and execute a purchase order between the county and Tactical Support Equipment. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel. So I think this one's before us, Inspector.
Good afternoon, William Field, Deputy Inspector, Nassau County Police Department. Item A63-20 is to authorize and award a purchase order for the Ostastic Nixel system. This is a commercial cellular-based station for cellular tracking services. The police department and specifically our electronics unit squad heavily uses this system. The Department of Shared Services determined that this was a sole source procurement. Tactical support equipment, the parent vendor, is the sole source that manufactures and sells this system. The hardware is installed in a vehicle and is run on a licensed software which enables the police department to accurately track criminals as well as high-risk missing persons and also people that are possibly suicidal. There is no other product that provides equipment with similar benefits to this system. It's the maximum amount authorized under this purchase order is $614,100. It's federal grant funded, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any debate or discussion or questions for the inspector? No? We're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. All right. Now we need a motion to untable a number of contracts, including the following. A41 of 2020, it's a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to approve additional funding for a blanket purchase order between the county and 3D Industrial Sales and Services. B26, B27 of 2020, resolutions authorizing the county executive to award and execute contracts between the county and H&L Contracting LLC. E35, E132, E133, E137, E138. Resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute amendments to personal services agreement between the county and Berkshire Farm Center, Lockwood Kessler and Bartlett, and Wolf, Holdenstein, Adler, Freeman, and Hertz, and Calcaterra, Pollock. So we have a motion from Legislative Bino to untable, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. And those we need, so we need a vote on that. All in favor of untabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They are untabled. So let's start with A41. A41, yes.
Good evening. A41 is a service blanket order for the heating and cooling coils. The department sets an annual usage of this maintenance at $125,000 per year. Additionally, Parks utilizes this contract for the coils associated with the ice making facilities and rinks, and also Corrections uses it for their facilities.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we should move on to the next two.
So the next two are B26 and B27?
Yes.
Okay. So B26 and B27 are resurfacing contracts, phases, I think 62 and 66. They, hold on a second, let me get to the vote. For B26, there was 5 bidders. H&L Contract was the lowest responsible bidder. Their bid came in at the engineer's estimate, and they'll be utilizing 16% MWBE. For B27, again, H&L won that contract. There was a total of 4 bids on this one. Their bid again came in just slightly above their engineer's estimate, and MWB on this project, I believe, is the same, roughly 13.4%.
Any questions of Ken? Hearing none. I think you have 2 more. Let's
Yes, I do. So
consider those right now.
So E132 is an amendment to our civil site on-call design contract for LKB, or Lockwood Kessler. It's adding additional $4 million to their contract cap. The timing stays the same. And E133 is also a on-call amendment to their civil construction management, construction inspection services contract with us. That's adding additional $2 million to the cap.
Any debate or discussion or questions? All right. Thank you, Ken. I think that's the last contract that you had, right? Next one is E35 with Berkshire Farm Center. Yeah.
Good evening. Hi. I'm Lorraine Washburn-Baum, Deputy Commissioner at DSS. And we have Maria Loria, should be on Teams for this contract. She's Deputy Commissioner. She's over foster care. Maria there?
Yes, I'm here as well.
It's a little watery. I think I can speak.
Yeah, why don't you just give us a brief description of what this contract is?
So this is a contract for intensive home services. The program that Berkshire offers is called the Family Connection Program. It provides short-term intensive home-based interventions intended to last 6 to 8 weeks. The connection staff are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to provide concrete services such as daycare, homemaking, budgeting, advocacy, casework counseling, and referral services to eligible families, with the goal to enhance family functioning, expedite reunification of children in care with their biological families. Eligible families are those families with an elevated risk of foster care.
With respect to the personnel from Berkshire, who selects the personnel who's going to be involved in these home visits? Is that them?
That's them.
Do we have an opportunity as the county to check out the background of individuals that are being sent by Berkshire into the homes?
I don't believe so. I believe we contract with them, and they're licensed by Office of Children and Family Services. Also the Justice Center, which is a very strong arm of the state, intercedes when there's any issues with staff. But I can, Maria, do you want to answer that? I'm pretty sure that it's Berkshire would do that selecting.
Yes, the agency would select their staff. And just to be very clear, because I know there are a lot of concerns, and rightfully so, the concerns have to do with a facility that closed that has nothing to do with the Berkshire Farms preventive contract that was just described to you. It was a residential facility upstate, and it has nothing to do with prevention. And it is closed, and we don't have, we didn't ever have any of the children that had the issues there, and none of the staff that had, the concerns that were subsequently immediately suspended and fired had anything to do with our youth when we did have youth placed there. So it's a completely separate branch of Berkshire under a completely separate, I guess, administration is the proper way to put it.
All right, is there any supervision of the contractors' personnel that go into the homes?
Oh, yes, definitely. There's a whole line of supervision that goes all the way up to the top. And the other piece is that we work with them. So there is no situation where there is a Berkshire Farms person doing preventive services where there is not a DSS caseworker doing case management and a supervisor at DSS reviewing the case, and again with an assistant director and a director. So there are multiple lines of supervision, both within Berkshire Farms and within DSS, working on each case together.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
You will.
I thought somebody responded. No? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The last two contracts.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the County Attorney's Office, E137 and E138. Oh.
Good afternoon. Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinaris here, as well as Litigation Bureau Chief Laurel Kretzing. Good evening, apologies.
Hello. just, can you just briefly give us, I know this was before us at one time previously, but just briefly tell us what these contracts are, what the services are, what the amounts are?
Sure. Contract E-13720 is with the firm of Wolf Haldenstein, and that's in respect to their services in the litigation, in the tax tertiary litigation matter called Berliner versus Nassau County. The contract is for $385,000. Contract E-13820 is an assessment of a prior contract that was assigned to the firm of Wolf Haldenstein, also on a tax tertiary matter by the name of Hall versus Nassau County. That is now, we are now seeking to reassign that contract from Wolf Haldenstein to the firm of Calcaterra and Pollock. That is just, it's an assignment, legislator, so it's referred to as a penny contract. We're not seeking to add any additional funding to the original term of the contract.
Okay. I know that these attorneys started providing their services before the contracts were submitted to the county legislature. In the past, as recently as last week, we were told that part of the delays involved disclosure forms. I don't think those excuses really are acceptable with law firms. This would be something they should be able to rectify within hours, if not days, of being told what the requirements are. So the point I'm trying to make is, going forward, I think we being the county, needs to inform these firms that if they haven't been approved, that there is a real risk at some point that if we're late in getting approvals from the legislature for contracts, that those contracts are going to be turned down. So ultimately, what I'm trying to do is shift the burden of being the bad guy here and saying, you're not going to get paid for this, to the county attorney's office. So unless these contracts are provided to us in timely fashion, then the law firms are going to be at risk for not getting paid on these contracts.
Understood, legislator. I would say that every effort is made to submit these in a timely fashion, and the firms that the special counsel firms are advised that until legislative approval is received, they do run the risk that the contract would not be approved.
So tell them to get all their forms in as soon as possible so that we can get it as soon as possible.
Yes, legislator.
All right. Any other questions or discussion? Nope. Thank you very much. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, actually, let me clarify that. That would be all of those contracts that we have just considered, including the public works contracts, social services, and county attorneys. So the question, so to put it again, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by...
So moved.
Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Rules Committee is adjourned. We just have to wait for 2 emergency items for the legislature. right, so we're coming out of recess. This is, we have two more emergencies for tonight. Clerk item 411, 2020. It's a local law to create a special revenue fund to assist in the financing or payment of tax certiorari settlements and judgments and the payment of other expenses in Nassau County. We need a motion to establish an emergency. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. Any discussion on the emergency? Hearing none. All in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Now for the actual item. 4/11/2020, a proposed local law to create a special revenue fund to assist in the financing of payments of tax certiorari settlements and judgments and the payment of other expenses in Nassau County. Moved by Legislator McCavitt, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. So this item is before us. This is a special revenue fund that we had proposed at the time of the budget. It has been slightly altered to encompass additional reasons for which the money can be spent, but basically with what we believe to be excessively pessimistic viewpoint of sales taxes, to the extent that the sales taxes actually outpace what the projections were, additional monies will flow into this reserve fund, which can then be spent for various good government purposes, including payment of tax refunds, as well as other expenses. Anyone want to say anything else? Anyone remotely? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. So we are going to have another recess and come back and get the last item done.
No,
All right, we're back out of recess. Last item of business for today is 240 of 2020. We need to establish an emergency with respect to an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to SECRA, approving a declaration of need for financing for county purposes by the Nassau County Finance Interim Authority. Motion by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Deborah Moulet. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none. We need to actually vote on the emergency first. So all in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Got them all. All right, the emergency is passed, so now we can consider the item, which is 240 of 2020, an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, approving a declaration of need for financing of county purposes by the County Interim Finance Authority. Again, we need a motion. Minority Leader Abrahams, Legislator Moulet, make that motion. The item's before us. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. A unanimous motion to adjourn, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We're adjourned.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas to everyone.
That's Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah.
Merry
to
Christmas
all.
and Happy Hanukkah.
Happy and healthy New Year.